Okay. What happened there? Why did that screw up? Okay, well that... Okay, those controls don't seem to do anything except play the sound effect, which I guess means... Maybe the WebSocket connection to OBS is busted? Whatever. Okay. Are we online now? Hang on. Give me a moment. Oh, good. Okay. Yep. Stream's back up. Stream is back up. Okay. What was I saying? I was saying that... Okay, we put in a breakpoint for mouse up and mouse down. And mouse up just appears to switch to sub3.dir. So if we go... we just step through. Yep, okay. Thin. Okay, and then there's this guy. Because we're currently like frame 2 of the movie. And sorry, we're at frame 2 of the movie. Okay. So it does a bunch of things. Oh, and then like somewhere through this, it is immediately cutting over to sub 4, which I'm guessing is the hallway. So we're gonna have to like have a quick look at the scripts that are in sub 3. Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, I've just realized a problem, which is that because all of the director files are embedded in the exe, it's much harder to dump the scripts associated with them. Not impossible, but it's... Oh yeah, actually yeah, we can do it. I just need to turn on the debugger, or the imagery debugger, but okay. Whatever, we'll get back to trying to figure out how we're meant to survive. So if we go into this room, which is the one room we haven't been to, oh, and BP del 2. Okay, so we have...
You'll never have to worry about bad breath again.
Breath Be Good is now available at Save You drugstores.
This is Charles Dingle, your host of Ad Talk. With me today
Okay.
is Mr.
Ah!
Hey, hot supermodel. That'll sell tons of deodorant.
Oh, okay.
This ad.
What?
This ad could really use a background. Might I suggest one of these products by Acme Background's Heavy Duty Bull or Collaborator? They're really quite good.
Sure. Sure, whatever. Switch to Barminski. There we go. Okay, so if we go for let's go heavy duty ball.
Now for Heavy Duty Bull, it's the 2.5 lads.
There's only one with the big BS factor. Of course, it's Heavy Duty Bull.
Yes, Heavy Duty Bull creates an elegant, watery background. That's why 6 out of 7 dentists recommend Heavy Duty Bull. And it's easy to use. Just open the cap. There's only one for that real BS factor.
Of course.
Okay. Ah!
You're a regular background maniac. Mr. Saki's gonna love it. Now you needs a killer slogan.
Okay. Alright, so we've got the background, we've got the creepy photo from the box, and now we just need this. Okay. Old Hearthstone's shopping network. Meeting all your slogan needs in the privacy of home. Okay, so we've got slogan info 100.
This
Okay.
sparkling diamond-addict necklace is like those worn by many sophisticated European fashion models, the kind that insist on stink-not deodorant. If you'd like to make a real gem of a connection with European sophistication, why not order this necklace now and get a terrific slogan, too?
Okay, and then the other one.
This gold-plated bust of our most remembered president will be the envy of all those you wish to impress, as a constant reminder of your association with prominent members of New England society. The JFK bust creates a slogan that fits with your sophisticated taste. And there's still a few left. Why not pick up that phone and call now?
I don't know. They both seem like bad slogans for a deodorant, but I don't know. I like the square neckline with the necklace, so we're gonna pick that.
Meanwhile, back in the real world.
Ooh, look at that. It's stink knot. You know, that stuff tastes pretty good. You know, some people think you're crazy if they see you drinking it, but I don't think you're crazy. Oh, here come some people. I'll talk to you later.
Keep your damn ass off my bench. It's my bench, damn it. I own this bench. See this picture? I drew it. Yeah, me, I drew that. Get the hell away from me. Got $1?
Hey, I think you handled that pretty good. You know, as I was saying before, if we got some pencil shavings and put them in a plastic baggie, I think this bus bench would make a great shelter. Then, we'd have more time to go downtown and look for some feathers and some broken glass for the spaceship, which would even give us more time to find the ball bearings to put in the cup that we balance on top of our head, which means that we could take
Okay. I guess we won. All right. Well, I'm just gonna quickly write down investigate scene change and subvert, because it looks like we should be kind of it looks like it should be kind of playing some dialogue, and yet it is not. Oh, hey, Mike Speedy Adventures. Mike Speedy Adventures says double mouths. What do they mean? I think it's just a like a trademark of the artist, like, because yeah, there's a very similar. I'm not sure. Actually, I'm not sure if it's the same person. It's like a slightly different person on the box with the double mouths. But yeah, like this kind of like disjointed collage, pastiche of, I want to say like 50s, 60s consumer products imagery. That seems to be what this is all about. Image maze. Oh no, I'm not sure. I want to go in the image maze, but I probably have to. Oh, is this just a gallery? Okay, there you go. Electric drinking machine, enamel on canvas, which is the box art. Can we... Wait, how are you meant to... What are these? What are these symbols meant to be? My decaffeinated cup runner Ola. Okay, this looks like it's turning, like, turn around. mean, yeah, they all kind of they all kind of like end up in the same spot, don't they? Oh wait, no. Okay, that one tries to go to yeah, that's got the same issue that what's it called? The about page had, which is that it tries to go to the symbol next, and that doesn't. It says, yeah, no, it actually says going to next frame 10, and yet it does not. Like we're still on frame. Well, here we're on frame 6, but if I click this, and we check it again, we're still on frame 6. So yeah. Don't know what's going on there. Kinnikos says graphic design. Oh, no shortage of that here. Like, just feast your eyes on Pig Sandwich, Enamel on Canvas, 1988, or Self-Propelled Fable, Enamel on Canvas, 1991. Okay, that's probably enough. Wait. Okay. Oh, so clicking the little jug on the bottom gives you oh god, there's like there are a lot of pictures in here. Damn, alright. So, I guess if you want to like look at all of Bill Barminski's paintings from 1983 to 1993, you know, from Johnny Cash's God all the way up to Soap is Dinner, then we've got you covered. We've got you covered here in Barminski Consumer Product. Kinnikos asks, what in the world is Barminski Consumer Product? This is a it's an interactive sort of, it's like a gallery installation kind of game. Like it's a collection of artworks by Bill Barminski, plus a bunch of multimedia things that they've put together. It is a prequel to another similar type of title called The Encyclopedia of Clamps, which is just like, yeah, a collection of like weird weird leftist, you know, 60s consumer pastiche art things. And until, you know, well, basically I saw it in a catalog, it was not available, and then I found a copy on eBay for real cheap. And this is what we are testing now. After having... Okay, how do we get out of the image maze? I want to... There we go. Okay, let's try Music Crisps. Extra crunchy. Oh, geez. Okay, so we've got...
Purchasing. Correct. Purchasing. Correct.
Okay. I wonder how long these go for. Okay.
Are we nearing the light? A day of freedom and of peace for all mankind?
Interesting.
Producing advanced, environmentally responsible products. Producing advanced, environmentally responsible products.
We always hesitate in public to use the dirty
So I guess similar to the graphic artwork, it is collage, mashup type musical things, which is kind of cool. What? Go on, 3. Oh wait, you gotta click the... gotta click the cigarette packet label or the juice box label. I'm not sure which. Kinikos asks, do you know about the game Pothead? I wonder if that was a director game. Never heard of it. Tell me more. Oh, it's a misclone. Like, most misclones tend to be done in director, so I don't see why not. Yeah, worth checking out. Oh, it's Club to Death. No, I think this is before Rob Dugan did Club to Death. I mean, I don't mind these songs. They're kind of, you know, nice, nice chill bits, yeah, chill background music. Okay, I think we've seen enough from that for now. But and then we go to It's Artorama, all kinds of stuff. So what do we got? What do we think? Views and comment gallery opening, Tex ass buzzard 100 proof. Wider White's time lapse sketchbook, or this horrific heart with a human face. I'm tempted to go Texas. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, and this is like talking about, I guess, the Austin, Texas punk scene. So if we go like the comic books. Oh, okay, this includes the like Tex Hitler. Other stuff. Wow, so it is literally just kind of like an archive of all of the well, you know, lots of little kind of I guess underground comics that Barminski drew initially. A frightened call, sound the alarm, come quick, we've got some commies on the farm. Life has dealt me a low blow, I could have been somebody, see, it ain't my fault that I'm this way, the world stinks, people call me Scuts, but my real name is William James Skotowski, but no one calls me Mr. Skotowski, it's always beat it, scumface. Yeah, okay. Reagan elected to be Pope. That's satire. Little bit of Reagan satire. 50-foot Elvis from hell. Yeah, this is definitely... I do love the kind of the one bit degraded scans of the, I guess, already mimeographed comics. That adds a little bit of ambience to it, I feel. Wait. Hang on. King of the Prefab? Oh, okay. Wait. Yeah, I mean, there was... Encyclopedia of Clamps had a lot of references to Richard Nixon in it, and I'm glad that this seems to be kind of a recurring theme in Barminski's work. Of course, checkers. Oh, actually, no, this is... Maybe this is just like the Richard Nixon section? I don't know.
well, I'd always been interested in like alternative music, and of course, you know, Fort Worth is a long way from London or Los Angeles, and you know, whatever we did get filtered in there occasionally. Actually, my brother went to England and he brought me back a Damned album when I was in, I think I was a sophomore in high school, and he was like, here, I brought you this album, this punk rock album, and it was like, what is this? And I played it, and it was like, wow, this is like radical. It was so,
It's radical,
you know, it was just like,
radical
wow,
kids.
so different than anything I'd ever heard. It was like, you know, it's just like really interesting. And of course, my friends, one of my friends, like, he was like, wow, this is really cool. And it was before we had, you know, before we really knew what punk rock was, so we just say, wow, what do we think of this music?
It sounds like you're not sure what punk rock is now.
And then, you know, start listening to Devo and things like that.
Knowing punk rock is Devo.
All of a sudden
Okay.
I fell into a community that of a whole bunch of other people who were, you know, there were actually bands that were playing punk music, and you could go to these weird little clubs in Austin and to places like the Colony and see, you know, see these bands, and it was like a whole new experience for me, and it was like really exciting. Like the punk rock scene in Austin, it was because of that. It's like I was meeting like people who were in bands and who, you know,
Some wonderfully
putting out
scungy
their
footage.
own records. Well, like the Big Boys and the Fudge Tunnels. I don't know if they ever put out a record, but Butthole Surfers, they were around.
Oh, there you go. Butthole Surfers mentioned. As well as Fudge Tunnel.
Davy Jones and the Hippies. All the, you know, there's a whole bunch of Scratch Acid and all these different, you know, people who were like publishing their own work, and then also I wasn't a musician, but around that whole other part of that scene where all these little fanzines were being produced, like Western Roundup. Michael Knight was doing Western Roundup, and Johnny Rat was doing Xiphoid Process, and
Oh yeah, that's right. I mentioned Xiphoid Process
like
before. It was like a zine, I think.
revelation. It was like, wow, you can actually use like Xerox machines to reproduce magazines, that, you know, little fanzines that you've made. And so that's how I got involved. That's what, like, I'd always been doing, like these little comic strips for myself, and you know what, 5 or 6 people would get to see them when they came over to my house, and then all of a sudden it was like, wow, I can do these things and then publish them in like Xiphoid Process, and he's going to print up like 200 of them and sell them for $1 a piece at the punk rock shows. And all of a sudden, you know, a lot of people were able to see my work, and that spurred me on to do more work.
There you go. Xerox machines can apparently be used to distribute your own magazine. Ah, Mike Speed Adventure says, not a lot of names I recognize when I Google bands from Texas. It's a big state, and also, I guess recorded music has been around for about a century, if not more. So
I started at the University of Texas in 1980. That's when Ronald Reagan was elected. There was a total resurgence of just this right-wing fundamental conservatism that just was running rampant. It was like the complete antithesis of 60s liberal, you know, college atmosphere. It was the exact opposite, and we had to deal with basically the fraternity system at the University of Texas is a total disgrace and a joke. These kids feel that these kids in the fraternities feel that they are like a privileged minority who are allowed to get away with everything that the rest of us, you know, lesser beings, you know, can't do. they're just totally obnoxious, and the kind of shenanigans they would get up to, you couldn't believe that these people were even college age. You know, you would think you would expect the kind of behavior from a 7-year-old. The annual parade that they would have, and just totally insensitive. There was I remember the one year there was the university wanted to expand into East Austin, which was low minority housing, and those people over there had organized and were trying to, you know, say, look, don't bulldoze our homes. We don't want the university and the state of Texas basically to claim this property, because that's what it could have come down to, is the state of Texas could basically force these people out of their homes to expand the university. And you know, one of the fraternities floats that year featured a huge bulldozer, and so during that same parade they had
Jesus.
Other floats from each of the schools at the university would have a float. The dance company had a float, and the fraternity people from 4-story high buildings pelted these people on floats. They pelted them for no apparent reason with bottles, like from 4 stories up. I mean, they could have literally killed someone. And it was mainly because it was it was a fag bashing sort of thing, I think. Oh, here comes some faggy dancers, you know, and it turned into a bottle melee just because these guys, and they got away with it was the thing. I sat and watched a cop just stand there and watch him, and he did nothing. It sort of drove me when I was in Texas, I was doing comic books, underground comic books, and eventually I started being published in the school paper, and it was my revenge that drove me to be able, like, hey, I can get back at these people in an intelligent way. I can, and in a way that can be seen by lots of people. It gave me a lot of sense of like, I can use my creativity, and it's making me feel powerful, and empowered me to, you know, be able to make a statement about like how stupid these people are, how, you know, plainly, obviously immature and stupid.
That was really interesting. Like, I guess I want to say that Mr. Barminski is not kind of, you know, is very rambling in his recollection sometimes, but I mean, that's like, I guess a good reason as any to become more radicalized in your work. Just seeing, you know, with the explosion of the Reagan years, just how yeah, like in this case, like frats were free to get away with pelting people with bottles because they look queer. Jesus fucking Christ. It's, yeah, good thing that no longer happens. Good thing that got fixed. Alright, so I guess we better see the last
The Tex
one.
Hitler was really fun to do because I was able to, like, in my own subculture, it was popular, and I was able to, you know, gain some notoriety in my own subculture, and it sort of spread out from there. And then the King of the Prefab was, you know, I was in the student paper, which was at the University of Texas, the Daily Texan. It's a pretty decent paper, really, and it's pretty, you know, everybody reads it there, probably more than they do the Austin American Statesman. Anyway, and
probably more than the Austin American
you know,
Statesman.
I was sort of like functioning inside the mainstream, but being counterculture at the same time, and being allowed to do it. And the editor at the university paper was real supportive. You know, you know, his basic, you know, when they were telling him to get rid of me, these people were coming down to us. Like I said, they were coming down every day and complaining in person and writing letters and signing, you know, petitions. You know, these people would sign a petition, a letter. They'd write a letter saying, get rid of me. You know, I guess it was a committee letter, and then they would, you know, like 80 people would sign it or whatever. And his basic attitude was, you know, we're not going to silence a voice that you don't like. If you can come up with something that is inventive and presents your viewpoints in an interesting way and is entertaining, then do it, and we'll print that. But we're not just going to shut people up, for your benefit. Why don't you compete in the marketplace of ideas? Rather
Marketplace of ideas mentioned.
Conservatives is they'd rather shut people up that they don't agree with, rather than compete with them in the marketplace of ideas. And ultimately, in a free society, you shouldn't have to silence anybody. You should have to prove them wrong by the force of your intellect, rather than, and that's the fascist way, is to shut up voices that you don't agree with. And and that's what I was trying to, at the time I was like real naive, and I was doing this, and it was an experiment, and I didn't have really formulated my concepts of politics as well, so I was just doing this, and that's the lesson it taught me, rather than I was trying to teach these people that lesson. That's what it taught me, but I think I was trying to show how insane these people can really be, and dangerous to a democracy, and how anti-democratic they are.
Kinikos asks, man, how old is this? Some of this feels close to home with how shitty things are now. This is a man in about 1993, 1994, recalling his time at the, in Austin, Texas, between, in the Reagan years of, between 1980 and 1985. But, it's surprising how kind of, time is a circle sometimes. But, yeah, whenever you kind of hear those those takes about kind of oh, it's just the marketplace of ideas, we just need to kind of the whole I understand kind of the slippery slope argument of you cut this one thing, then you'll eventually cut everything. But then I guess the opposite of that would be 8chan, where you have no filters, and then it's just people radicalizing each other, and it's is this really what you had in mind? Is this the marketplace of ideas in its purest form? Okay, let's look at the time-lapse sketchbook. Okay, so the sketchbook just shows you pages from the sketchbook. Shout out to Danish Goat Boy. Drink Stinky for good time. Yes, please. There we go. That was the sketchbook. And then time-lapse. Oh, hello. That's not right. That's not rendering with the right the right palette at all. I mean, you can kind of make out what the drawing is meant to be, but by God, that's yeah, it's I don't think that's the right color scheme. Hanging the show?
Here we are at System M, hanging a show.
That's a gallery in Long Beach.
Yes, these are the paintings that we're going to put on the wall.
They go to the table first.
They're hungry. They're having dinner. And now they're through, and now we're going to throw them on a wall. And that one's on the floor. But we decided to put it on the wall instead.
That's part of the process, though.
Yeah, it's part of the visualization. Here I am, visualizing. I'm feeling so much anxiety and angst as we hang this show. Because this is the big city. City of 1,000 heartbeats. Million stories out there. It's hammer time.
It's hammer time. Hey, Prosto. Cotilio, how's it going?
Cool.
We're just exploring this art CD-ROM. Watching a guy in 1993 hammer a painting into a wall.
A lot of artists just leave the nails in the wall for their shit. For the next guy to pull out.
Bastards. Not me, I always... Well, no, I don't ever take my nails out either.
Here's the technique.
That's a block of wood wrapped in a paper towel.
Notice the angle.
Here we are, making marks.
Understand you have to sort of make a calculation as to how much wall space you have and how many paintings you have to determine the spacing.
Yeah, that's... yeah, you do. Or else it won't look right. You have to lay out your paintings, figure out how you're going to utilize the available wall space.
I found it fascinating that they've just taken like all these home videos of this, just like these little moments here, and we get to view them. I had no idea. Yeah, I don't know the specifics of like hanging things up in a gallery.
He is the owner of ScummVM.
This is the guy that was giving us all those beers that night, huh?
Yeah, he was the guy who got us drunk while we did this hanging. This was probably about 2 a.m. We're doing this
Finally.
after they closed.
Finally getting around to hanging the painting.
Yeah. That's the bad thing about hanging artwork in a bar. Because you get to drink free beer while you do it.
That's a good thing about hanging artwork in a bar, I guess.
This is precision work.
See, that one was actually probably an inch shorter, but I just... Never mind.
Okay. Wow, glad we got that detail in there. That's an inch shorter.
Yeah, we hung this that night. And the opening the next night. And there's Moines drinking a beer. Still drinking beer? Not drinking beer. No? Drinking beer now.
A toast. To art.
To art. Okay, there we go. So we learned all about hanging. I guess there's like another picture of okay, this like gallery opening. Ah! Hang on.
You're still here. I'm wrong, brother. I'm talking to you.
The gallery opening video is much. It's even smaller than the one about showing just the pictures being hung up, which is a choice.
Yeah, that's going to be their album cover. That's raspberry red. That's lemony yellow, but it's a banana.
And this is a Frankenstein rat turd.
That's greeny, slimy green. But where's and those are orangey, but they're like, they're not orange. Yeah.
They're having a fun time.
All together, they're the fruity flavors of tricks.
Mike Speed Adventure says jelly beans are the centerpiece. Everyone is dressed very kind of beige for the occasion. I don't know how much of that's just down to the color grading of the video, but like just a sea of brown and beige. This is just like all of Bill's friends. You can make out like tiny amounts of the art in the background, but of course it's much more visible in the painting hanging video. Oh, Kineko says, Google and YouTube are simultaneously gaslighting me, so I can't track down gameplay footage of that pothead and his clone. Yeah, it does. Yeah. The name sounds ungoogleable. It just sounds too generic. Especially when you know, if you add like game on the end, then I doubt that's going to really narrow it down, because it's, you know, a popular trope to draw upon.
I gave Bill Berminski his first punk rock hairdo.
That's right. She's been cutting my hair for 10, 12 years, 100 years.
100 years ago.
Long time.
That was Bill Berminski's punk rock hairdresser.
Well, she's not here tonight. I mean, she is here tonight. Why'd she name her bicycle?
Just gonna give my ears a little bit of time to like readjust to the volume level. But yeah, that was footage from, I guess, one of the guys. Oh, and there's commentary. I mean, okay, let's just quickly look at the reviews. Is that gonna be okay, yeah, it's like yeah, like excerpts from trade publications. I'm searching for the home of artist Bill Berminski. It's a nice neighborhood. There are houses with lawns, birds, children frolicking. His place on the corner, a nice, tidy white Leave It to Beaver house. I park under a large shady tree next to a smooth sidewalk. A few leaves skitter in the street as I approach the neatly manicured yard. Berminski comes out to greet me looking unnervous and pliant as a farmer in baggy overalls, white t-shirt, Ray-Bans, and big black shoes. He's relaxed, friendly, not what I expected. Just a bit of a Texan drawl and not a hint of the frenzied LA Artist of the Month affliction. We make our way up neatly painted steps. God, like they're just lot of obsession with like the detail of the environment. Into a spotless white kitchen. Inside is an amalgamation of various objects deco, kitsch, hokey stuff with personality, one of a kindness. It's spacious, unbelievably uncluttered for all the stuff he and his girlfriend have displayed. Rusty African statuettes, vintage comic books and magazines, an Art Deco lamp he claims he got for $1.50 at a garage sale, another lamp, the base of which is a powder blue. Okay, it's strange on someone, but it works. Yeah, okay, this is going to be like a big... So if we go... Okay, started painting 5 years ago and he received his first bits of exposure through clubs he was DJing. Even though he has gained the respect and intrigue of more mainstream audiences, he still DJs on occasional weekends, spinning soul, funk, hip-hop, and jazz at local clubs. Okay, so maybe that was kind of like some of his work that we heard on the music page, like just kind of, you know, turntable mashupping. Some of Berminski's paintings represent colorful, intricate cubism. Others deface religious images in protest against our advertising-oriented society. Relaxed, confident, candid, and slow to criticize, Berminski is a huge contrast to these paintings. His newest paintings seem to most closely reflect his persona, drawing you in with muted colors and virtually no shock value. Complexity behind a simple idea. Okay, and there's like a big interview with Bill Berminski here. There's quite a few interviews with Bill Berminski. Which... Oh, this is one that's about the CD-ROM. Oh wait, Kineko says, I do know the game is about hallucinogenic drugs and also cannabis in general. The one thing I can recall being a recurring theme is that there's hotspots that are hidden until you mouse over them, and then an eye of providence shows out of thin air when you mouse over the correct spot by sheer chance and or luck. is it like a platform game? It's not a platform game, is it? I've seen M-Foolery play a platform game which sounds similar in respects, but you said it was like a Myst clone, so I'm guessing it must be different. Hardest take heat. Bill Barbinski is the first among your brethren to jump into the interactive CD-ROM fray. And if the unfinished work at the Robert Berman Gallery is any indication, it's something you ought to pay a good deal of attention to. CD-ROMs will never replace art itself. Well, that's aged poorly. That fine, hand-wrought expression of an artist's spirituality and creativity cannot be done by a machine, though some cynics would quickly qualify, yet. Yeah, have they met Midjourney? But Bill Marbinski has enhanced and expanded the art viewing experience in a way that no other medium or combination of media can. By clicking on the mouse, viewers can visit the artist's studio, watch him as he paints, and hear him talk about his work. Be present at an opening party that occurred a year ago. Read reviews and rebuttals to same. This is very... So, this must be for like another CD-ROM? Because I thought that consumer product was the first one, which is what we're looking at, consumer product. Maybe there's a different CD-ROM. But I mean, like, there's the present and opening party, and then view early work and following a painting's creation from blank canvas to finished product. It was like, okay, this must be Kiss Me Cyclops Boy, which was the one that may have come before that. Yeah, to personalize and experience the artistic process as long as you're not afraid to use a computer. So maybe there's a different gallery opening on Kiss Me Cyclops Boy. Barminski and partners Webster Lewin and Jerry Hexeth are vitally aware of. They've already approached production houses to discuss during interactive ROMs on famous artists such as Frank Stella, with their eyes on sales in museum stores, like gift shops. Hey, that's a spicy meatball. Didn't think that would be an option. Vastly different than previous applications of the computer in art making, their work-in-progress features such novel details as background ditties created by Barminski, who has experience as a musician and a DJ. Okay, so Barminski did, like, kind of mash those up. That's kind of cool. The use of small windows with interesting backgrounds, often taken from paintings to alleviate the jerky quality that inhibits the medium. Critics, collectors, and gallery owners discussing this work and the bringing to life of a painting series of fictional Harlequin romance novel covers, in which the voices of the artist's friends recite torrid, hilarious snippets of conversations. Okay, and then yeah, there's more about... No, it is talking about Barminski's consumer product. Like, how are we reading a review of Barminski consumer product while we're on Barminski's consumer product? Maybe they're sending out like an early copy to these art magazines. And then we've got like actual interviews. Oh no, is this going to be more Bill Barminski talking? So...
Most of my work is thought out. I mean, I think it out beforehand. It's not... I don't just, start with a blank canvas and start throwing paint on it. It's thought out. It's not, some of the things that I put in, it's a gut level reaction as to, well, I'll put this in the painting. I'll put the tire in there, but it's for a reason, not simply just for the sake of doing it. Anybody, even like a scientist working in a lab might have a gut reaction or a gut level instinct that tells him to do something in the process. If he's working with test tubes, well, let's combine these two. He might not have reasoned it out beforehand, but it's just the instinct is, let's see what happens, So I mean, but it's an informed gut reaction. It's an informed decision, not just a hit and miss type of situation, which I think a lot of my earlier work, I mean, just simply because I was experimenting more, was hit and miss. It was like, let's do this, just see what happens. Let's do that, let's do this. And now I think I've been working towards a point where my work is more thought out, and you know, I don't so much just throw random elements in there. I throw elements in that I want to see together, for sometimes for a very specific reason, sometimes just for the sort of poetic connection that they will make, or that they will make in the viewer's mind. Because any painting, you can't stand next to your painting forever and explain it, why it is you did this. It should stand on its own. It should be...
Well, I mean, you've got a CD-ROM now. You could technically just stand next to every painting and explain what it is. But also, I like the bit about, like, oh, you know, science is often just about just about going from the gut, just about like just mixing two things together and seeing what happens. Like, I'm just gonna mix this big pile of sodium with this big beaker of hot water that I have, and just see what happens. Just, you know, it's gut driven. Oh, Sonneville says, I think I found a demo of the Cyclops boy. That's cool. Was that is that director? Is that a CD? I don't know. Tell me more. What else we got? I mean, capitalism. Let's hear what Mr. Baminsky has to say about our friend capitalism.
I mean, they've brainwashed people to think that democracy equates with capitalism, and that's that the founding fathers set up our country solely for capitalistic ideas, and they did, you know, their ideas were democratic ideas, and not, you know, capitalism is something that should serve democracy, not the other way around. And I think they've, you know, have tried to brainwash people that the sole struggle is of capitalism, and that was the whole reason for our founding of our nation. And, you know, it should be the other way around. Capitalism should serve democracy, not democracy serving the purposes of capitalism. And when you hear our senators and congressmen talk, they just talk about free markets and the ability to go and sell things, and that's what they think is the big freedom that we should have. And I think it goes. I think it should go further than that. The freedom should be of speech and politics and religion. You know, those should be the primary interests of our legislators, and not in service of the corporate mentality, which is to structure all of the laws so to make it easier for them to sell things. So, buy a painting.
Wow, that was Bill Wominski there, just tearing capitalism a new one there. Oh, Sunfield says, looks like it's director. It's on a cover disc for NetPower. Apparently they did the cover. Oh, they did the cover art for the disc as well. And yeah, buy a painting. Go to your nearest gallery and demand a Bill Wominski painting. I mean, yeah, he's still doing gallery installations. Like, there was one that I saw from 2012, so he's still going strong. All right, what do we think that Bill Wominski thinks about art school, about something that he describes as fresh-packed arrogance and sugar water?
I dropped out of the art school after about the first semester, because I think I realized in art school the only thing that an art school can teach you is technique, and as far as aesthetic value, I think that all starts to become so cliquish and cliche-ish, and each teacher has his own.
Can't believe it. He doesn't like art school.
Ultimately, what happens in art school is you start letting your peers tell you what good art is and what bad art is, and you start to lose your ability to judge for yourself. And I could see that's what, ultimately would happen, and happens to a lot of people who go to art schools, that they get totally into trying to be accepted by a group of other students, maybe who's led by one or two certain teachers in the art school,
Certain
as
teachers.
to what good art is, and they'll cast out everything else to follow, one type of art. And I think that, to me, I just couldn't get along with that, because I know what I like, and that's what I want to pursue. And as far as what they could teach me is technique, and then I realized I don't need to pay these people to teach me technique. I can go to the library, pick up a book, and read it in a day or an evening, and know everything I want to know about screen printing or litho printing. And if I want to get hands-on experience with it, I went and got a job at a screen printing shop. And I just lied to them, told them I know how to do it, and the knowledge I got was from a book, and I knew how to do it. And then I got hands-on experience. And if you want hands-on experience, you can take a community college course for $100 about pottery, rather than paying school tuition and going to a big university. I stayed in college. I dropped out of the art school. I decided that if I wanted to become an artist, I would teach myself. But I stayed in school, and basically at that point I didn't even have a degree plan. I didn't know what I wanted to do, like a lot of people. But instead of forcing myself to pick up another degree, well, I'm going to get a bachelor of whatever, I just decided, well, I'll just take courses that are interesting, that appeal to me, and may have no practical value to me at any point in the future, except for the fact that the practical value is that it gives you a better scope, a better understanding.
That's actually good advice. Yeah, yeah, just obviously he was very quick to kind of cotton on to the fact that, if you're in a creative field, you don't want to be kind of cornered into an environment that's very cliquey and quite a lot of, and at the end of the day, if you're just learning technique, you don't necessarily have to go to a university to pick that up. When you've got much, you can, do the old read enough books and then blag your way into a job to get some actual experience, which is going to be probably better than uni anyway. It's, relatable advice. Good advice. Except, I guess, if you're a surgeon. In that case, you have to go to school, even if it is cliquey.
I gotta think of the right name for a sky like this. It's but it just reminds me of old photographs that I'd see of the Enola Gay flying through the sky, and the quality that old film would make. Sort of like the dawn of the atomic age sort of sky. So I try to capture in the background sometimes. This is sort of the future that was gonna be. Well, of course, where we're at now, a lot of people don't think they're gonna have any future, but we'll see. I mean, of course there's a future, but I don't know. The future is it's a weird place. I use all these images from the 50s, and I guess it's sort of like as to represent sort of a fantasy land that America, sort of like the height is before the 60s, before people started to shatter it. But I'm trying to make a statement about it, how bizarre that whole period of time looks, especially, well, I wasn't even alive, but in a retrospective way, it's so it's still what people want. A lot of people would like the world to be so ideal, you know? I think a lot of these paintings just come from a sort of memory that I had as a child of the tail end of that, the colors and the feeling that people had back then about the world, and how different it is today.
Right. I mean, good to know that anxiety for the future, very much a thing in the 1990s. And I mean, you know, clearly from the 1990s, they were spending a fair amount of it like trying to, you know, pine for the 1960s. And here we are in the 2020s. You know, a lot of people are pining for the 1990s to come back. So I think I can see where that pattern is going to end up in another 30 years' time. But interesting that he kind of like, the reason why I guess there's a lot of 50s product iconography in his work seems to be because in his mind that was like that was the iconography of, you know, the distorted perfect world that still seems to persist and people still seem to want to hang their hopes and dreams on.
See, here's all my junk. Magazines, old magazines, that's an old National Geographic. These are better. The Ladies' Home Journal. They're just full of nice old images. Of course, I lift a lot of images.
Oh yeah, Sonnenfeld just found the cover disc,
These would
which
have come
the
out
demo
of,
for.
Can you see that? Is that shiny, glary?
No, it looks great.
I mean, this was in a magazine. I just bought it, clipped out already.
Oh no, Sonnenfeld found Pothead. Okay.
See, this was in a magazine. Oh wait, that's one of my paintings.
Was that a little spontaneous
I just stole
joke?
it right out of a magazine.
This is on Macintosh too, so it has to be a direct game. Oh.
Oh, yeah, well, that one's finished.
I mean, unless they made a custom engine for no reason, it probably is.
Like, the actor. Oh, it's
It's by Happy Capitalist Productions.
It looks like him, doesn't it?
Okay. I'm
Oh, yeah.
downloading this in the background.
You can do that. Make things look like people. Andy Warhol might have actually drawn these shoes. He did lots of advertisement work before he became an artist. He was a commercial artist and he did shoes, and that was, in fact, his first series of paintings were shoes, just like he did them in the ads. Oh, here she is. See? That's her.
All right, that's the
Yeah.
face.
It's an ad for Electro Host refrigerators. See, this is the side you should look at. See, there she is. Because they fucked this one up, they didn't have two mouths on it.
Okay,
So I had to draw it the way it was actually done.
that's pretty funny. Yeah. Oh god, that's right. It may be. Yeah. I've set it downloading. It's gonna take a while to do it. In fact, I'll leave it going. But at the moment the ETA is quite high because I am streaming, and then like that wrecks my download speed. So yeah. So, but anyway, we'll leave that going in the background. Was there anything else on this page? Okay, there's like one more video, I think, on this page.
You already have a cup of coffee.
Well, I need more coffee. I need more caffeine.
to just throw them in there and then get ready real quick. It's easier than cleaning them.
Okay, here we go. No. Alright. Apparently my connection has fixed itself. But yeah, like initially when I was like just looking at the low res.
Finished. It's done. It's a work of art. It's all done. See, that last little thing made it all work. That little piece of black I put on there.
Oh, right.
Yeah, like when I was looking at the initial kind of grainy pictures on here, I kind of assumed it was like collage art, kind of like Robert Pollard does like a lot of collage based stuff, but no, it's painting. It's yeah, just painting based on reference material, which is I think it's impressive. Okay, and then we've got focus on paintings. Okay, cool, man.
When millions of people sit down to eat along with company that's dropped in for a visit, it's a long table that's set with food from every state in the Union and 50 countries of the world. With every bite, there's a swallow, a 5 million quart gulp of milk from cow to consumer every day in the week.
The magnificent structure that you see was started in August of 1959. Construction is proceeding according to plan, and the bridge is scheduled to open for traffic at the end of 1964. In its first year, its 12 traffic lanes are expected to handle about 12.5 million vehicles, and it's expected to reach capacity of 48 million by 1981. The estimated cost is $325 million.
Made of lime, zinc, tin and oil, of rubber, asphalt, tile and glass, of wood, plaster, paint, cement, of brass, copper, nickel, aluminum, of brick and of stone and of marble. Made of 100 things from hundreds of cities to form the wonder.
To form the wonder. Okay. Alright. Wasn't a Jesus jump scare. There we go. So Pothead is... We've got that ready now. But I like this. I like how there's kind of... Okay, this was like...
Debbie put pencil in hand and applied it to the lavender paper on her writing desk.
Dear Cyclops boy, how I miss you. I long to feel your gaze upon me. I remember so the time we went to the eye doctor together, and the 3D movie, and how we laughed. Those were the happy times that I cling to now. Oh, when will you return to me? Please hurry. Finish your secret government business and rush back to my arms as quickly as you can. I cannot hold out much longer.
As Cyclops Boy read the letter a week later, in the damp Paris basement, a tear came to his eye. The top-secret laser he held in his other hand trembled as he fired.
You must try to concentrate.
Scolded Sandy as she gently took his arm.
Oh la la, here, let me help you. My, that's quite an arm you have there, Cyclops boy.
Thanks, Sandy. Your arm is very nice, too.
Oh, Mike Speedy Adventure says, this is pretty good. I haven't heard of Barminsky. Neither had I until Clamps. But yeah, this must be the saucy romance covers that was talked about in, it was mentioned that was going to be part of the Cyclops Boy CD, which I think was the precursor to this one. So maybe this also includes the Cyclops Boy stuff as well? Like...
Sleazy George follow Maria through the Piazza Venezia, a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his lips.
I thought all you Italian chicks were loose. Hell, them statues? They don't got no clothes on. Come on, let's go under that bridge up there.
He said. Maria's cheeks flushed red as she walked and paid no attention to him. George was foiled yet again.
Damn. Maybe I should try a new approach, something different.
He thought. It was at precisely that moment that he was struck by the motor scooter driven by Isabella.
Okay, Pothead's already in the detection table, so we could... I have not tried running it though, so... Anyone's guess as to whether or not it would be good, or working. Oh, maybe one more. One more... There we go. Kiss me, Cyclops Boy.
Cyclops Boy.
You win again, Cyclops Boy,
said the dealer with the diamond ring. Debbie looked at Cyclops Boy with that special look young girls get when they believe they've met their perfect mate.
What a man,
she thought. Cyclops Boy collected his chips.
Yes, I can do with one eye what many men cannot do with two. Perhaps you'd like a ride in my convertible.
Oh, would I?
Exclaimed Debbie, no longer hiding her enthusiasm.
Of course, my depth perception is a bit foggy. You'll have to help me out onto the highway.
Not so fast, CB,
said the evil Dr. Mims, who had suddenly appeared beside him, brandishing his monocle.
It would not be wise for you to operate an auto car not having binocular vision.
Touché, Dr. Mims. Debbie, perhaps you'd like to do all the driving.
What a man,
Debbie thought as she nodded agreement.
Cyclops Boy.
I like that. The haunting Cyclops Boy theme. Oh, okay. Like, I'm charmed. I'm charmed by these. I want to see more. Did we look at this one? No, we did not.
I thought back to what Audrey had said. Could that be right? Did Barbara really feel that way? Was she really jealous of Dr. Smith? And what about Tom? Was he? Did Amanda really think that it could be possible? Why had she gone to room 13 so late in the evening? Was she meeting Jerry? Oh, my mind was reeling. How could all this be happening to me? Especially when I thought of how Dr. Jones had walked into my life.
Nurse Johnson, will you please hand me the scalpel?
I saw the reproach in Dr. Jones' eyes. Oh, yes, of course, I answered.
Right.
Here, have another.
Timmy said as he poured.
See, I'm having one too.
In her inebriated state, Susan couldn't notice that he was still milking the same drink, and that this drink would be her 12th.
Gosh, Timmy, I'm so drunk. It almost looks like you're wearing a bra and panties.
I am.
Where did you get them?
They're yours.
He said with a sly sneer. Susan sipped her drink.
Mike, these are good. You're certainly an excellent bartender, Timmy, even if you are wearing women's underwear.
Okay, and we done... I think we did this one? No!
At midday, when Mr. Death arrived, Melinda was sure to have all of his favorite delicacies, including the chicken pot pies he favored.
Excuse me, but, why do you go to such bother for Mr. Death?
Nancy asked.
Because he's not like those stupid boys you bring around, like Butch or Billy. He's a real man.
Offended, Nancy hurled her fist at Melinda's jaw, knocking out 2 translucent, pearly, snow-white teeth as rivulets of scarlet, rose-colored blood flew through the air.
Girls, stop this fighting now.
Death said as he strode boldly into the room.
I'll not have the two of you fighting over me. There is enough of me for everyone.
Okay. Alright, do we do this one? No.
As the bull elephant charged through the thicket, Eugene raised his gun.
Eugene, that begins with an E.
Carla thought.
Sort of like Elvis. So does elephant. And the word eggplant. Life is full of mysteries.
Later that evening, Carla went to Eugene's tent.
Eugene, do you know how to play the guitar?
She asked pensively as she revealed the plate she was hiding behind her back.
No, not really.
I've made your favorite fried peanut butter sandwiches.
Fried peanut butter? I've never tried that before, I must say.
Yes, you have.
Kineko says, I feel I need to be incredibly high to appreciate these, or something. Can't hurt. Alright, I think that was all of them. And, actually no, that was duh.
The gap between rich and poor will widen steadily. We find ourselves rich in goods, but ragged in spirit.
All of Elvis's favorite things in one painting.
Ocean and land and sky are avenues for our colossal commerce.
Okay, I guess that's... Oh yeah, new spray ship. What is that? It's an... There you go. Have a nice refreshing smoke. Yeah. Kineko says that's a Macintosh font. I think this may have been done with the world's earliest edition of Adobe Premiere. Stuff.
And now,
No, I think we saw that.
Heart of Jesus, propitiation for our sins. Heart of Jesus, loaded down with opprobrium. Heart of Jesus, propitiation for our sins. Heart of Jesus, loaded down with opprobrium. Heart of Jesus, propitiation for our sins. Heart of Jesus,
I guess these are all like the Christ-related artworks.
Heart of Jesus, propitiation for our sins. Heart of Jesus, loaded down with opprobrium.
Begin by yielding your life fully to the control of Colonel Sanders. Begin by yielding your life fully to the control of Colonel Sanders.
That's a fun touch. Wow, it's a rare nun with one set of eyes. Okay. Sorry, that one got me. Okay, now we're looping around. Do we check out heavy duty shit?
I've got a big thirst. When you're really thirsty, drink Uzi.
So good, you'll always want more. Delicious action figures sold separately.
You know a good cook by the quality she keeps. That's why the good cooks serve mace.
Available at fine stores everywhere.
Okay.
Having trouble waking up in the morning?
Then you should enjoy H-Bomb.
H-Bomb contains over 100 of the essential vitamins and minerals recommended by the American Dietetic Association.
Okay. And then finally, 2 mints and 1.
Even the fussiest folks say, knife is virtually spotless. So, when planning your next get-together or party, try knife. And ladies, don't forget about new improved knife in the reusable box. Try knife.
Consumerism nourishes greed. See dealer for details.
Try a knife. Alright. I think that's basically like all the sections that we've had a look through. We haven't had a look at credits yet. That's mostly just... Oh wow, okay, there's even more in-depth credits for like each of the sections. Oh, okay, like these are the voices. Oh, like all the credits from like the narrators for the Harlequin romance bits. Oh, and this would be the all the people who showed up to the opening. Okay. So I think we've seen like pretty much all of Barminski consumer product. There is one thing that I really want to figure out though, and that is what the big kind of Shrek head thing is meant to be saying in Subvert, but it's currently like skipping like it's skipping through that for some reason. What are it's called? imagery. Did that switch scenes? Yes, it did. Okay. So we'll go into here. Skip through the whole... Oh crap. No, that went too quick. I'll just get fired. Hang on.
I have something to tell you.
What did the sign on the wall say? I wasn't reading it. Reminds all employees to keep our lounge neat and tidy. Infractions will be dealt with properly.
I have something to tell you.
Oh wait, no, I'll just bother. I'll bother my boss.
Huh? What the hell is going on here? I thought I told you to get back to work. Are you deaf? Maybe you can read lips. Clean out your desk. You're fired!
Okay, good. Ah, crap. No. What? How do I open this?
Hello, Consumer Product Hotline. Technical assistance, 24 hours a day. How may I help you?
Okay.
I was kind of confused about the cursors. Can you help me out with that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to help you with that, sir. Now you'll notice there's a hand that points forward. That'll take you forward through the program. You can explore it by going forward. And then there's another hand that has a thumb pointing backwards. That'll take you backwards through the program, take you back to where you were. Then there's a hand with the finger pointing to the right. Now, if you're reading some material, a comic book, whatnot, you can page forward using the hand pointing to the right. If you go back using the hand pointing to the left, that'll take you back to the beginning of whatever you're reading. Then you'll notice there's a musical note. Now, that's to play sounds with. There's a movie camera that will play movies for you. And then there's a question mark symbol that you'll see a couple of times in the program. That'll get you more information. Finally, there's the symbol of the fist with the anti-sign on it. And that takes $20 out of your bank account.
Oh, cool. Oh yeah, one more thing. Can I use this disc as a frisbee?
You know, I'm not sure I know the answer to that right off the bat. Why don't you, can you hold on a second? I'd like to refer that question to our technical expert, Jerry. Can I put you on hold?
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you for calling Consumer Production. Your call is being handled as quickly as possible, but we'd like to take this opportunity to share with our friends some exciting news about upcoming new releases.
Take a virtual reality tour through the world of clamps, their history, and their uses. Did you know that the wooden screw clamp has been used in Europe for centuries? Or did you know that Oribasius, physician to the Roman Emperor Julianus, wrote a very technical description of clamps in 362 AD? You'll learn that and much, much more. The world of clamps is a full-blown, interactive, multimedia experience you'll never forget. Coming next fall, don't miss the Encyclopedia of String, a multimedia adventure through the world of string.
Hey, you still there?
Yeah.
Good. Jerry says that's fine. You can use it as a frisbee.
Cool, thanks.
Sure, enjoy yourself. Thanks for calling.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
That's a lot of effort to go to for just like a how to use this product screen. Oh, okay, like clicking here I guess gives you the help screen. So go back to Subvert. Switch back to here. Oh crap, okay, no, I screwed up. Sorry, I gotta get sacked again. Okay, Subvert. Click here. Then I need to go NM for next movie. Okay, there we go. So we switch to the next movie. And in theory now I should be able to read... Oh my god, come on. What's the current movie? Subfree.dir. imagery is so annoying to use. Okay, alright, here's the code. Here's the code which is like making it not work. So it goes to the same frame, and then it uses this stub here to check to see if the video, I think, is still playing. So it'll have like a so Chan. Yeah, okay, so we have cast member 2, which is going to be subvert3.mov. And it's basically expecting straight out of the gate that the movie rate, or yeah, what's it called? Like basically, when a video is playing, that should be 1 to indicate that the movie is playing. But I'm guessing that there's like a timing condition, which means that it is not being set at the correct time, which would appear to be, I guess, before we exit the frame. Okay. I'm not entirely sure how to fix that now, but we can look at what the video is going to be. No way, that's in Pothead, that's not in Director 4 Barminski. ISO. Okay, and there's like a mob for Cyclops and a mob for Clamp. I just realized. What was the path? It was G.
Well, well, well. Hanging out at the water cooler. Again? What the Sam hell do you think this is? A playground? Now call me crazy, but I'd like to see you in your office, working. Do you remember working? As a matter of fact, there are 2 very important accounts on your desk, and I want to see one of them finished by the end of the day, or you've had it.
There you go. That was the pep talk from my boss. Okay. Yeah, I can't think of like an easy way to fix that. So we'll just leave that with one hand. But that was pretty much all of Barminski consumer product. I might even like that a little bit more than the Clamp Museum. Like this was easily like a top tier purchase. Like I love it. They I don't know, the interviews were kind of like a little it was I don't know. Barminski didn't seem like he was kind of very why am I trying to be diplomatic? But like, yeah, it's just the interviews didn't seem kind of as they seemed very kind of meandering and not very much to them. But other than that, like the actual quality of the CD, like guy's a talented individual, can do all that. Yeah, can do great paintings, music, little kind of weird skits. Yeah, a real raconteur. Go out and buy yourself a copy of Barminski consumer product today, or don't. It's entirely up to you. Right, so we'll just put that to one side for now. So the game that I was going to look at for maybe the rest of the session, barring some kind of technical mishap, is probably going to be Derat Sorcerum, which is the Mac exclusive adventure game, which was released by a alternative medicine slash health publishing house, like that focus on like just kind of CD-ROMs about homeopathy and like calorie counting and stuff like that. And I find that fascinating in itself, because the game has like quite a, you know, it's a very high, like I'd say it's a pretty high standard as far as director games go. There's FMV in it. It's pretty nicely animated. It's just, yeah, just sunk without a trace. And there's only just a couple of mentions of it online. But now that we've got ScummVM here, then it is no longer imprisoned on early Macintosh systems. Kiniko says, wait, that game with the imprisoned images from a homeopathy company, it was published by a homeopathy company. I think that the person who made it was just... I think that they just offered it to them and they picked it up. But yeah, it was... If you go to like the website and the Internet Archive, they just kind of came progressively more and more... Like they had like a few different kind of weird businesses. Like they had like a wedding planning business and stuff like that. But I think that the health supplements slowly took over everything. But I mean, yeah, in their copy they said, yeah, we're originally a business that's about that's about alternative health stuff. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, that's right. I just remember there's a change set that's on my laptop, which I'm gonna have to go and... Oh, we're gonna have a break in a little bit anyway, so like during the break I'll get that sorted. But for now, let's just reacquaint ourselves with Derat Sorcerum. By Hopkins Technology. If you're ever in the market for a homeopathy CD, they've got you covered. But this is by Mixed Metaphor Software. I think I've applied the patches which correct the gamma. Yeah, that's about right. So, there is an introduction that's about a Council of Magic getting really salty at someone for, you know, upsetting the balance and using too much magic. And, doesn't appear to relate to the person who we are, who is just who's just in jail. But anyway, I'll do a new game. You'll notice that the background is now quite a bit lighter than it was. And hopefully a little bit more eligible, but... So, we play a guy called Corin. Corin is struggling, cannot break bonds. You can't unlock rope. We also can't reach the door because his hands are bound with rope behind his back. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. It's the build which has like the broken text box. Is the text box gonna go away? Yes. When I switch frames, the text box goes away. But that's okay. So we can burn through the rope. Then open this door using the unlock spell.
There you are, bad guy scum.
Flashbang. Run away. Okay. And then, what we're gonna have to do is pick up the key. Now we could go and lock the door, which is probably what most people would do. But what if we just kind of stood there and like thought about it? Just got really sure about our next move. Oh yeah, that's right. That happens. The soldier sent his dagger plunging through Corin's heart. But yeah, the mountain is more visible than it once was, which is, yeah, again, just down to kind of the the Apple's unique, the Macintosh's unique color remapping. Okay, well, it has been about 3 hours, give or take a few minutes because of the crash. I am going to go and take a quick break. I advise you do the same because we've seen an awful lot of paintings, and you know what? You've earned it. You've earned a break. Like we've as Quan from Regurgite would say, like you got to have a salad because now to make the ice cream taste good, and so now we got to take a little break, and then we'll be back to some Terrat Sorcerum, hopefully in 10 minutes or so. So I will see you then. I just realized I'm doing work. I may as well do it while here on stream. Well, okay. Give me just a moment. I gotta. Excuse me. Ah, no, I recently got a bunch of changes merged in, so I gotta do the rebasing two-step, whatever it's called. Git reflog. Check out D5 features. Git rebase master. That should be nothing. Git cherry pick. What was it? Git check out Mac text. Okay. Wait, hang on. Hang on. Check out D5 features. Cherry pick. Because this is the... So, to give a little context what's going on, right? We've got this game that uses the text widget as the inventory, like a scrollable text widget. And right now in ScummVM we have like... There's a big schism in the text box code where if you have a scroll bar, then it's actually a window. And like what we were seeing before was like the aftermath where, because it's managed by, you know, because drawing is handled by the window manager as opposed to the widget code, then it just kind of hangs around and intercepts clicks when it really shouldn't. So the plan is to just rework it so that the text widget can have its own scroll bar without having to worry about a wrapper around Mac window. And this change set here, I got as far as that it builds, and the text box shows up, but the scroll bar does not show up. But the code to draw the scroll bar is there. It's just not not working properly. So that's what we're going to be using. Force MR. Okay, so that's my laptop sorted. Oh, that's right, and we still got to like get the fix the detection for Barminski for Windows, which you can just quickly do now because it's there in the list, but we haven't added in the hash and the file size. So I'll just go get that now so I can close that commit off. Yep. This and that. Oh, that's why this one is so much smaller, because, okay, yeah, I was like thinking like, like if this has like all of the movies in it, it's really kind of small. No, that file size is just for the resource fork. All of the bulk of it is going to be cooked in the data fork, which would be like closer to the number we see above, which is 13.7 megabytes. Excuse me. Actually, here we go. Yeah, okay. So we'll wrap this up. Cool. Now we gotta check out master. Yep, and it's rebased those two on the top of the surgery commit. I'll move the surgery commit so it's now at the top so we can edit it. And we'll just wait for that to recompile. Ah, Kinnico says, the whole data fork resource thing in Macintosh is ridiculously designed. It's, I think it's ahead of it's definitely ahead of its time because I guess like they did it before, because like there's been like no end of debate and talk about like metadata based file systems and having kind of like rich metadata built in, and the Macintosh team did their best to make that close to reality, like, and I mean, kind of Windows does basically a very similar thing. Like, they've got, like, just in terms of, like, resources embedded in executables, which just map to things that the API can easily pull out. And I guess you could have, like, custom types there as well. It's just, yeah, you know, part of the file system, which is just an unfortunate break from, well, you know, like, back in, like, 1984, they didn't... I guess maybe in 1984 they had an inkling that the IBM PC might have won, but it wasn't set in stone. It wasn't, like, 1992. And yeah, but, like, I think that if they kind of knew in hindsight how valuable it would be to just have, like, cross-machine file system support, or, you know, like some kind of ease of transferring between the two, like, maybe they would have reconsidered making it a different part of the file system, or, you know, different part of each file record. But I mean, as someone who has, like, reverse engineered Mac games, like, I don't mind the resource fork. It makes it quite nice to be able to, like, lift data out. You don't have to write yet another parser, because chances are they, you know, if it's a Mac game, they probably used at least some of the built-in, like, bitmap resources or text resources or what have you. Like, you could do worse. You could do much worse. Okay, so now we just gotta get out of here. Actually, get out of Barminski. We don't need to see that again. Okay. Now we'll reopen this with what we have. The like the text widget code that we got, and see if that's enough. Okay, I should probably close Encyclopedia of Clamps as well. Mike Speedy Adventures says, compiling while ScummVM is running, is that legal? Yeah, in Linux, you know, when you're actually doing the compiling, it's basically just kind of like creating a bunch of object files, and then the final step is to kind of link them together into, like, the one exe. And that final step, I'm pretty sure, just you know, it deletes the old ScummVM exe and replaces it with a new one. And under Linux, that's fine, because you know, I mean, like, Windows, I know, is more prissy about it. Windows is all about kind of having a, like, if anything is opened by anything, like, by default, it will be a write lock, or, like, any kind of modification is not allowed. But under Linux, it's fine. It'll just keep a handle, even if you delete a file and it's still kind of being accessed by a process or something, it'll still just keep a handle to the old file and use that until eventually it doesn't need it anymore. Oh, Lord Azul says, so is the resource data split for executable and non-executable data? That's a good question. The executable code is stored in the resource fork, because I guess, yeah, the Macintosh executable format has, you know, just has code chunks, and then, you know, the Finder or whatever the, you know, the shell responsible for starting up code can access that more easily. Data is generally just kind of flat. You know, it's exactly the same as like a file on a computer. It can be anything, but I'm pretty sure that if you want to execute code, it's got to be in the resource fork, or at least that's the easiest way of going about it. And like pretty much every Mac game that I've seen, even the ones with like custom code modules that are not part of the original program, they store it in the resource fork. But yeah, the resource fork is also used for storing resources like, you know, bitmaps or pieces of text or cool audio and stuff like that, which makes it interesting because it's almost like the data part was an afterthought. But I guess for performance, like quite a lot, you can occasionally see like resource, you know, stuff in the resource fork which references offsets or what have you in the data fork, like as a custom thing. Anyway, let's get back to here. Let's just check to see if I did this right. So new game. So it shows up as black text, but then, yeah, okay. So it's meant to be showing the scroll bar down the side here, but it is not. Which I think is down to code that I wrote. Oh, Lord Azul says, interesting, I've never worked with old Macs, and I've barely worked with new Mac computers. Nor had I until, like, the last few years, like, before, like, especially, like, before I did anything to do with, like, Director, like, fixing Director, it was just like, oh, like, Mac is kind of interesting, but it is also just a massive pain in the ass to emulate, and I don't know, I kind of reached my limit with, like, it also didn't help that I guess that, like, this is before, like, someone started maintaining Basilisk and Sheepshaver again, so, like, those emulators just had a bunch of long-standing, I don't know, the bunch of long-standing problems with those that I think have since been fixed pretty well. Oh, and Kinnika says, new Macs just use a utter bastardization of Next Step. And Lord Azul asks, is it supposed to show the scroll bar when there is not enough items that the window needs to scroll? That's a good question, and as far as I can tell, the answer is yes. It is meant... I mean, like, if we're going by, like, what original Director does, if you turn on the scroll mode, or, you know, you change the text cast member to be of fixed type, but with scroll bars, the scroll bar should always be there. And more specifically, like, if I draw all, you can see here that there's kind of like a gutter on the right-hand side of the bounding box. The scroll bar is meant to show up outside of the bounding box for the widget, or, you know, for the text content. So whatever kind of drawing thing we have to do apparently needs like a negative margin. Which I'm not sure how possible that's going to be. But I mean, in the interim, let's just escape from prison again. So we'll just burn through the ropes.
There you are, bad guy scum.
Zap. Okay, and then Just go through. Oh no! Oh, whoops. Yeah, don't do that. We'll just check to see if the text box widget works at all. That was a spectacularly stupid thing to do. Well. I thought it was funny.
There you are, bad guy scum.
Okay, we'll do it properly this time. So you pick up the key off the floor. Then you go to your inventory. Okay. For some reason the first click always kind of miscalculates the height of the box, but subsequent click. Yeah, there you go. There we go. Coroner's locked the henchman in. Now we just open the door. Can we walk through the door? Can we open the door? I thought, oh, maybe you have to leave the room first, because I remember like the game does have a response for if you try and go back through the door. So if we go back, and yeah, like they did like a lot of work, like animating all of the Oh yeah, Kineko says the way that door shuts is just like a door in the original Myst. They use the same technique, which is they have two sprites and then they do like a horizontal wipe fade between the two, I think. But anyway, let's try and open the door again. That's a very bad idea. You have been warned. I warned you, but did you listen to me? No, you knew it all, didn't you? Just a harmless little henchman, huh? Well, it's always the same. I always do, but do they listen to me? Oh no. Like, I'm wondering if this is a consequence of, like, I've got the Mac fonts installed, so I don't know why there'd be, like, this overflow. Maybe I gotta try it in the original and see, like, how the text is laid out here, because this is a weird glitch. Draw all. Yeah, it just seems... Okay, draw off. So now if we restore a game, because we fixed save game support. Right, so this is the point at which we picked up more items in our inventory than we can show on one screen. And before it was just kind of like spilling out off the bottom of the screen, and now it's contained, but we have no way of scrolling up and down. So I think to begin with, what we need to do, get the scroll bars to show up by any means necessary. It doesn't matter if they're not over here on the right hand side in the gutter. We may have to like add in a bodge for that. I'm not sure I want to add in a bodge for that, but because then we enter into like difficult territory of like, I'm sure that, yeah, like input is usually happen, like I think that the input code checks to see if we've got the mouse over the widget, then it determines where in the widget we are, then it processes it. But if we have these scroll bars that are just hanging out over the side, like that's draw. That's not in that bounding box. Like this is just nothing. This will just close the window. So we then kind of enter into the difficult position of like, all right, well we can change the bounding box so that it is like all the way over to the right. But then technically we would have to lie. If we were going to be like super accurate, then that would mean that like every time something queries like what the width of the cast member is or whatever, it would have to lie and say it's only this wide, despite the fact that internally we're tracking it wider. I don't know. There's like problems, many problems. But for now at least, I think we just assume that whatever bounds the widget has, draw the scroll bar at the end, and then you're good. Then you're good. Okay, so we'll pause that there. And yeah, we've got the surgery commit at the top. And yeah, like this commit, a lot of surface area in it. You can see that like I've gone through and removed all of these forks in the text cast member code, which we had to have because, as mentioned before, like scrolling text was its own not so great class, which had its own, you know, which wasn't it wasn't inheritance compatible with Mac text, which then meant you had to do your own API, which is very similar, and then gated everywhere, which has created so much extra text in the, ironically, it created a lot of extra text in the text cast member code. Alright, now the rub though is now we've had to kind of add some more boilerplate in here, which replicates the scroll bar. So I think I want to check is in scroll bar, because that seems kind of crucial. Okay, I'm gonna run this, I'm gonna open this, and if I click outside, of course, that's not gonna happen, but if I go here, interesting, okay, so it's not being called at all. So isn't scroll bar is meant to be called here in the process event. So let's break in there. Oh god, alright. Where's a better breakpoint? Okay, so there's event type common event key down, because that's all the keyboard editing stuff. Okay, then there's this selectable return false. Oh, I see what it is. Okay. So we're gonna have to put in our own, yeah, because like currently, like, because the original code here for left mouse button down and left mouse button up is purely for marking if a piece of text is selected or not. So I think that what we're gonna have to do is gonna have to add in a if event type common there we go, and then we can move this block into here, because this, yeah, because whether or not there's a scroll bar, that shouldn't impact the selectable code. And then we just have if active is equals true. Cool. That should... Well, oh no, okay, it went wrong. Qualified ID and okay, I've screwed up and... Oh, I forgot a moustache. Forgot a moustache block. Right, okay. I mean, this might fix the input, but it's still, it'll still be invisible now, won't it? I'll have to, we'll check out is in scroll bar, and maybe that will give us a clue on, like, I'm guessing that maybe the scroll bar is just in the wrong spot. Okay. So here we go, and I'm clicking here. Huh? Huh? Is there no scroll bar? Is this flag just not enabled? I mean, that's a possibility. So if we go b mac text.cpp 1414 if this, I open this, and I click on the widget. I mean, scroll bar is enabled, and then it should be running is in scroll bar, and then we got btop equals, okay. Alright, that's what I was expecting. Is in scroll bar. If dim's right, okay. So tell me about dims. Yep, it does have offsets. Okay. I think like top and bottom. Oh, okay, like that yeah, so top and bottom must be like the arrow height. Yeah, that'd be it. Okay. B top and B bottom seem very tiny. They seem like they're 1 pixel high, which I don't know if I should be worried about. If dim's right, okay. Return K border. Oh no, okay. What are the options? What are the options for window click? So we've got none, we've got scroll up, scroll down, scroll left, scroll right, and then just border. Okay, and then okay, let's work out together what is acceptable. So we have a rectangle which goes from 127 to 355 and 228 to 398, which would mean that the area that we need to click would be closer to 398. And then according to the math here, it would be based like, if x is greater than the right-hand boundary, but it is less than the right-hand boundary plus the right, yeah, this thing here, okay. So that could be a problem because we don't have, yeah, it's assuming a situation like they have with, I mean, I copied this code from the window management code, so that's not really gonna cut it in this case. So let's just go be right. So that it's within the dimensions. And then we say was this is just checking to see if it's like less than the top minus b top, and like b top would be like 1 pixel. Or I think it would be like plus b top and then minus b bottom. And then here, okay, maybe this bit here is right. Okay. And then similarly, we got to figure out like the drawing code. Here we go. Yeah, there's this border rect code. Yeah, well, we'll have to figure out what's going on there, but I imagine that it's just kind of being cropped out, much in the same way that the mouse clicks are being cropped out. Excuse me. So start. Okay, so if I restore a game, and I restore the game where I've got like a ton of stuff, and I turn on debug drawing mode, now we know that there's this border area here, so clicking... okay. Is in scroll bar. I'm clicking here in the bottom right hand corner. So we've got 393 by 349, which is the position. Bottom is, yeah, okay, so that's within the area. Okay, and then we have be right, which is 18. And then, so we're in the right X position, and then, yeah, then we return K border scroll down. So that detection is working okay. Then we go into here. Yeah, it's not, okay, it's not freaking out because of fixed dims. Then I got old scroll pause. Scroll pause is currently 0. Okay, scroll pause now minus 24. Oh wait, it's inverted. Maybe that's why. So we go here, and then but it also seems to be returning an event, which it probably shouldn't. Because, like, where is that being processed? That's being processed in, like, Mac window. So if we go all the way out of this, and then we return true. Maybe we shouldn't return true. Return flag. Return this. Right. Okay. No. Yeah. I get it. So we need to. So true, I think, means yield the event, and we don't want to do that. Where was that event code that I was just hacking on? Here. Okay. False. False. Because, yeah, then we need to have that event, I think, forwarded through. Anyway, let's rebuild that and see if that no longer causes the text box to bugger off. And yeah, the widgets should still send a signal saying that it's updated. You hopefully don't need the event layer to be any the wiser about that. Okay, restore game. Okay, and then if we... That's the other way around, isn't it? That's a problem. It's a problem, isn't it? The widget should just eat it. It should not be giving the... should not be giving the event to the... through to the director. Oh, also I should reverse these. Because it's clearly not right. Thin. Okay, it's returning false. Huh? Why is it... okay. Why did it return true that time? Okay, whatever. Try it. Well, go back here. Scroll. Okay. So flag is false. Oh, current movie process event seems to happen regardless. I see. I see. So I think that maybe what we... okay, let's... we're narrowing in on what we need to do. Like, it could be that, like, maybe having, like, a mouse down command isn't so bad. We just need to nobble it a bit. Thin. Okay, now we go process event of the movie. And this is for the L button down. I don't know how... okay. I'm not sure... I'm not entirely sure what the point of, like, the true and false then is. Like, I assume that it's... if it was consumed by something. Like, that's what it looks like for all these other things. So we should say true. True. It's just then a case of, like, how do we deal with this on the director side? Because... okay. We got to do a little test. Does having the little scroll buttons on the side, does that still generate events? If they do still generate events, that creates problems for us. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see what kind of problems. So, okay, so we make a text box. Oh no, that's a button. I don't want to do that. Get rid of... get out of here. Okay. Text. Multi-line text. Yay. Okay, we've got that. Now we can go into here, say scrolling, which will add the little toggles on the side. Oh, interesting. Okay, the never mind. Well, we got that now. What I want to do is I want to make a script, a cast script, and then it'll be basically on mouse up, put mouse up, hooray. And then we'll open the message. I'll also lose a line of text so that it becomes more difficult to see. Play. Yeah, okay, so it completely eats the, as soon as you enter into the scroll bar, it will eat that event. But more importantly, if I were to go, to, on start movie. Actually, no, on mouse up. Put frame script, hooray. And then we would run it like this. Okay. Yeah, okay, so it would... It's important, we can't just eat the raw mouse event because it is handled by the frame script. It just means that we need to put in a special override for the text box handler so that when we click within the margins of the margins of but now that I think about that, wouldn't that still close the wouldn't that still close the inventory box? So we're gonna have to be a bit sneaky. We're gonna move this to a lower plane. We're gonna change this to a filled rectangle filled with green. And this is also gonna have a script called put fell through, hooray. Okay, now if we play this. So frame script is here if we go to the bottom. Mouse up is here if we go inside the text box. Fell through is if we click on the green rectangle, but what happens if we click on the scroll bars? We get the frame script. So mouse up, frame script. So I guess so what we would need in order to be accurate is a way of just cancelling the sprite checks altogether. Like we would need some way of like raising the states that if we do a mouse test and it ends up inside the scroll bars, it just does not do any more sprite tests for mouse position. Whereas I think that like the way that it's set up now is that it will just keep going backwards and try and find the next sprite, but we can... Okay, so we've got process events. Right. Accuse the input event. Sprite ID. Okay. And this is the code here which checks for like the cast member and getting the case of clicking the mouse possible for mouse down action to change the cast member underneath. Where's the bit which actually Resolve script event. Okay, maybe it doesn't actually check more than if there's just one sprite. Okay, and then we've got checking to see like what handler gets the event. The sprite handler is the one that's got a problem. Okay, first goes to the sprite script, then to the script of the cast member, to the frame script, and finally to the movie scripts. When the mouse down or mouse up doesn't occur over a sprite, the message goes to the frame script and then to the movie script. So we would need... Yeah, so it's like this event handler source type, which is kind of the problematic thing. Because we'll get one for... I mean, actually, hang on, like, what do we got here? Do not execute the cast script. There's a D3 style cast script. I guess, like, after all this, then it actually... Oh, wait, no, this just mods the event to have the script that it needs to run. Whereas, I think that we would... Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, all this stuff. But like, even before we kind of get to event handler source type, we would need a way of intercepting based on whether or not it's like a text box and if it's like within the special bounds. And I guess just abstaining from calling that. Yeah, okay, so we've got like the event queue here, which is then being processed. So then it fetches the sprite ID, script ID to call. Okay, so for mouse down, it'll always have primary handler. It won't default to any of the other ones. So this isn't a real customer ID, it's just the enum of the type of event. So if we were to go B lingo events 199 if where's the type? Where's like oh, okay, event mouse down. What? Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, it creates like a whole slew of different events. Oh, okay. Let's open the inventory and then give it another shot. Okay, and now I'm clicking down here, which is meant to be in the right spot. Continue. So now we've got a primary handler. Then it tries the sprite handler. Which I don't think there'll be one. Then it tries the cast handler. And then it goes to the frame handler. Okay, and then I guess it's just looking for any kind of handler at all. Hang on, like one of those. Okay. Disable 2. One of those must have worked. Because how else did it like know to like flash the screen? Enable 2. So I'm clicking here. Okay. Oh wait, I should just turn the hang on. Okay. Oh, because it's like freaking level 9. Okay, screw it. Okay, now we've got all this nonsense here. Disable 2. Click. Enable 2. And I click here. Okay, so it tries calling the primary handler, there is no handler. Okay, good. Then it does it a second time. Okay, no matching script for a sprite handler. No matching script for that either. No matching script. Well, okay, that was really quick. No matching script for event, mouse down. Then it does starting event script from here. Okay, and then it does a mouse up event handler. Oh right, I get it. Okay, I was polling for mouse down handlers in the debugger, not mouse up. So that was why it kind of just ricocheted up. But we can see here, it's got a cast script that it uses for this, and that's what the handler is. Okay, good. So we just need to rig it so that that script can never run if it is a sprite or a cast script. And we're in the scroll region. So like here's the cast script, the cast handler code. Okay, and that gets the cast ID. So what's the event code looking like for our text cast member? Text window callback. I guess we just don't. It's just treated as like a treated as a region on the screen that you can click. But I mean, if we were going to go for sprite handler, so we've got like this and this. Okay, well there is this function here which gets okay, so like we are currently, so like this is the have we clicked on a sprite testing function. So an argument could be made that this is the area that we should put our bodge in, like these functions here. So like if we look at like what response to mouse is. Okay, this basically goes... Okay, this is just checking the type of... Okay. Alright, so response to mouse is just checking like the properties of the cast and like whether or not it's got a script that is able to handle it. It does not check position. Position I think is handled by is mouse in. So I think if we're going to have to make a bodge, it's going to be in mouse in. We could... I mean, there's... Okay. Oh yeah, and this is where it kind of like, if we have matte mode turned on, like it will do a pixel check. I think, okay, we're gonna have to... So what I'm imagining it will look like would be something like if sprite cast. And then we could actually we could move this code out. We could move this code out into the bitmap cast member class. I've just realized. Maybe we could. Because it involves sprite, hey. I guess we could pass in sprite as an argument. Like if we have something like if sprite cast, and then we have like a generic cast member property that's called and return sprite cast I don't know, what would we call it? We'd basically just go cast member, because this is going to be generic. And go here maybe? Yes. Alright, so we got is editable, set editable, is modified, set modified, create widget. We're gonna go alright, and there's this get bounding box. Like, I do like the idea that the... Hey Sev, how's it going? We're just kind of getting into the weeds now on how we're going to do collision detection here. Because, I mean, until now we've just had this thing in channel, which just introspects it. I prefer that to just be a method on cast member. So I'm going to add like a, you know, test, you know, collision test type method. So if you go like virtual bool is within, and then I guess yeah, it would be like position and then be bounding box. Sev says you have text offset when it's scrolled. We do, but like the issue, right, is that like I'll show you what like original director does. So when it comes to kind of accepting, you know, passing through mouse events, so like I've got like a handler here on the frame script which prints this. There's a handler inside the text box which prints this, and there's a handler for this sprite that's behind the text box which prints this. And you'll notice that if I click the buttons, there is still an event that's being created, but it is getting passed through to the frame script. It is not touching either this text box or the sprite that's directly behind it. So, so I'm now kind of like making an incision here in this code here, is mouse in, which is responsible for determining whether or not to send that type of event, or to send like either like a sprite event or a cast event. Yeah, it's like a whole. And like, given that we already have like a bodge in here for bitmap cast members that are using like the mat type, so that it does like a pixel test, I figure we just make that like a cast member thing that you can override. And then we can basically just have that in, you know, have the text cast member just figure it out. So if we go is within, And then it would be point. Oh wait, I think rect has point in it. Okay. And it is within. Will that make it happy? Yes, okay. Cool, so I've got this, and I guess we override in bitmap. Okay, and then all right, and then we can actually get rid of this code here as well. And then this code here would then get moved after we sort that out. So set fields, get register, okay. Oh, okay, right. Right, because that's a property of the sprite, isn't it? Okay, maybe. Actually, that should be pause. I guess we could make ink a parameter as well, just, you know, given that we know that that's probably like less. We could make sprite a parameter as well, but that may be gilding the lily a bit. Maybe it's best to just send through things that we know are gonna impact it. And it's only gonna be used by this, so. don't need to check this. So we do this, then we go back to this original definition here. We'll go that, and okay. Let's just check that builds. It does not build. Okay. How about now? How about if I just add the magic word? Binding reference of type common rec to... Hang on, that's like... Oh, that's in bitmap. Okay, fine. I mean, doesn't modify. Const. Can we get out of this by just adding more const? Create mat. Cool. All right. Okay, and then finally we would need to add a override for the text cast. Yeah, the text cast member type, which punches a hole. Hey, Funky, how's it going? Yeah, first off the stream we got to have a look at this cool art CD that I got off eBay. We're just in the midst of trying to fix the inventory so we can do some potion mixing in the game. I just need to punch a... Like, the problem is, like, we've got these arrows on the side which are technically a little hole right through the canvas, and I gotta punch a hole through it. So that's what I'm doing, I'm just punching a hole. So I'll grab that, and we'll dump that into... if pause. No, it's gonna be. Is widget? Did I change widget so that it is now stored here? I don't think I did. Oh, we can simplify this even further now because there's only one type of widget, I think. Oh wait, no, get widget is it is a class used by everything call, so I guess I can't. No, actually no, it's not overwritten. I can absolutely change get widget to be like Mac text because it is only going to be Mac text now. And then create widget is the class one which can be returning the type of Mac widget. So we'll go back and I guess change all of these calls to get widget. Okay, hang on. There we go. And now we can change this. And we just gotta. There we go. Whoa, alright. I broke a bunch of stuff. Mac text and graphics does not name a type. Oh, and that's now Mac text. Seventh Earth says, the good thing about time zone is that it's always morning somewhere that you don't even have to pretend. Oh, and Funky said, if I keep saying morning, I can pretend that I'm not running out of time to do things. Well, I mean, yeah, if you give it about 28 minutes, it's going to be morning over here. So, yes, it's going to be morning for... It's still technically evening, but not for long. Is that gonna build? No, it's gonna vomit. It's gonna vomit everywhere. Oh, because I don't define it in the header, maybe? Is that what I'm doing? Is that how I'm screwing up? Does not name a type. Oh. Okay. Include graphics, Mac, GUI, text.h. Little heavy, but My patience is wearing thin for C++. Invalid conversion from graphics Mac widget to graphics Mac text. Okay, that's just down to me being sloppy. Yeah, because this is now... Oh, namespace graphics class Mac text. Thanks. Thanks, Sev. Alright. Okay, and then... Widget is not a... Oh no, widget is a is a cast member specific thing, I feel. Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay, what? Oh, okay. I didn't actually finish typing. That'd be why. So we're gonna go if get widget is in scroll bar pos x pos y. It's a bit hacky, but yeah, we might have to do some kind of magic to reposition it relative to the bounding box, but it'd be basically that. Right. So turn the debug layer on. I'm going to add in a breakpoint for text cast member is within. Oh god, alright. It's been called like all the fucking time. Good thing it's cheap. Actually, we go, how would we do this? We would, okay, I see. We would need to do a breakpoint first in the event handling code, which would be about here. No, actually, it would be... Yeah, it would be here. It would be in this line here, line 130, and it would be checking to see if it's a mouse down event. So the lingo events, CVP 130, if event mouse down. Actually, no, k event mouse up, which is the one that has a script bound to it. Events debug level 9. And now if I click on here, there we go. Okay, so that's... Okay, and then we go into here, and it's checking all the channels. Ah, crap, okay. So that one did return something. Oh wait, but that was the event. Okay, we got another chance. So step in here. And then enable one. Okay, and now we've got if bbox contains pos. And then finally we have our check for okay. Oh, right. No, I'm not measuring it correctly. I am not measuring it correctly. That's why. Okay. Because isn't scroll bar is in fact it returns a complex type. So we're checking to see if it is either border scroll down or border scroll up. Which, where are they defined? They're defined here as an enum. I see, okay. I mean, hang on. It knows about yeah, whatever. It should figure it out. So then we go if result equals either border scroll down or border scroll up. Anyway, so it returns k border scroll down, which then returns false. Oh god, alright, but then that's not a whole because it is still just progressively checking every channel. Yikes. Alright, so maybe... Okay, that's a little filthier than I was hoping for. Because really, then now we need to have like in mouse is mouse in return 3 values. It can either be yes, it is within this, no, it is not within this, or no, just give up right now. Which, you know, we can do. Just add another type. Okay. Which I don't know, maybe later we won't need it, but for now I think we will. And does anything else use is mouse in? Heaps of freaking code uses is mouse in. I don't know, what are we gonna call this? Like, and we'll go... Okay, now we've got that. Then we can go back to channel and change. We'd have to go through each of these and fix these up. Although, where's the one that we actually want to change? Like, we want to fix. We want to fix get mouse sprite ID from pos. Yeah, okay, and they both rely on that. I see. Okay. Lord Azul says, oh, Funky Mr. Chicken says giving up is a free action, and Lord Azul says Unbettable, true, false, give up now. I mean, yeah, ternary is valid. Plenty of, you know, when you deal with electronics, it's usually, you know, it's not on, you know, they say like, but, you know, digital logic is ones and zeros. It's not. It's actually high, low, or high impedance, which is, you know, fancy talk for not connected to anything, which is its own voltage state, which apparently can be probed, and you can influence that by adding like pull up and pull down resistors, and it's a thing. The real world makes things messy. Okay, I think. Okay. I did it in the list preview. God damn it. Okay. God no. Yep, and then we need to do basically the same thing for all of these. Oh, Lord Azul says, I've heard of experimental ternary logic gates based on high zero negative voltage. Ooh. And Ryu Ishinaka says, long ago, the Soviets had a ternary logic-based computer system. Didn't see much adoption as it was seen as being any significant better versus binary logic at the time. Perhaps things have changed. It's... Yeah, like, I guess it just depends on the type of architecture that you're running it on. Like, ternary... I mean, ternary is necessary for certain types of components and certain types of system interactions. But yeah, it is. And And yeah, I imagine like there'd be like a non-zero part of that used in quantum computing, but I don't really know that much about it. It's outside of my limited sphere of knowledge. Okay, so okay, that's fixed. That's fixed. Any others that are left? Oh, there's one left. One guy left. Oh, but I've modded that. Sure. Yeah, okay. Now we just have to go back into here, change this to be collision test, is mouse in, and then I don't know, does this build? I don't think it will. Oh yeah, okay, channel needs to be fixed. 286. Okay, oh yeah, got it. And then we got to change the cast member thing to go to be collision test. And that goes. Alright, then you change the bitmap one to be okay, collision no. Collision test. Okay, collision yes. What next? Cool, alright, channel.cvp has got a whole bunch of stuff which is broken. 288. Oh yeah, okay. This now needs to be fixed. So then, okay, collision no. Okay, collision no. Okay, collision yes. Oh. Oh, okay, right, that's screwed up. 12A2. Yeah, okay. And finally, we've got to fix the text cast member one that we just spent all our time on, which is now collision test this. Where's the actual classes here? Okay. Okay, collision hole. Okay, collision, yes. So there we go. We now got a whole bunch of special logic which treats the scroll buttons as a whole in the canvas. Ryu Shinaka says, I was chasing down a bug the other day in my code. It took me a whole day to figure out that it was typos. The text was changed in a processor class, but the underlying text file data was never updated to reflect that change. Having to chase down the whole stack, taking as long as it does, makes me think I've exceeded my ability as a solo dev project. Or is it a challenge to be more patient? It's so it was like a file parser, like that kind of thing, and just you made a change to the file parser but not the actual data that you were loading in. Yeah, okay. Alright, that one's on me. 387. I did indeed mean graphics Mac constants window click. Oof, this is looking like another big and lengthy change. Maybe I gotta break this up. Okay. Okay, all that work is done. Start. Okay. Do we have scroll buttons? Oh, alright. Oh wait, no, I'm clicking way too far to the right. That's a problem. Okay, so if I draw all. So if we look at where the scroll button should be. Look at that! It's not closing the window. We don't see the scroll buttons, but hell, that's, you know, that's the hard part done. We can scroll up, we can scroll down all day long.
Scroll! The scroll reads, not all exits are obvious.
Yes, that. So... one last thing we should probably do, and that is have a quick look at the drawing code and see if it's just drawing it off the edge of the widget. If it is drawing it off the edge of the widget, then we just gotta, because I don't want to play the game with debug on. I want to be able to see the buttons, but we're basically there. We've basically fixed it. It's just down to the drawing code being a bit weird. Like what we got? We got this, which actually blits the text. Then we get into here. So line 894 of max text. Oh, okay. No, that refreshed the widget, so that'll be why we got that. Okay. Yep. So border surface. Tell me about the border surface. Border surface is 170 by 228, and the dimensions are. Oh, okay. Yeah, the dimensions of this surface are like, they're crazy wrong. Why are they the top left pixel of the dimensions? That's not how this is meant to go. Right, okay. Well, so that's a problem right there. And if we were to go, where do I define the border surface? Yeah, alright, so we resize the scroll bar with dim widths and dims height. Is it really that? Oh no, sorry, it's slightly different. For some reason I was looking at 127 and my brain thought that being the same as 170. It's not. It's just because, okay, because like P dims width, dims height. Okay, so the dimensions of the inner surface are correct. They do match the size of the widget. So what's going on? Why no work? Yeah, okay. Tell me about G. Okay, G is the, I guess, just the normal widget stuff. This is 59C0. Wait, what? Hold up. Why is this the same? 555558705 9C0. Like, G is the frigging... What? That can't be right. Like, we're telling it to blit to itself. I guess what could... Yeah, the... How did border surface get to be the same as G? It's like, add border surface. Oh no. But I mean, like, the managed surface looks the same. Like, P, G. Oh no, that's the V table. Okay, I'm an idiot. Sorry. This is just the pointer to the code. It is not the pointer to the data. The pointer to the data is here at pixels, which would be C3A 400 versus C4A 400. Okay, so it is two different surfaces. Okay, well, why the problem? Oh, what we could do, which is always fun, but I have like a disastrous record of getting it working, is we can just print the border surface in debug mode. Oh, managed surface doesn't have it. It's just the normal surface class. Okay, screw that idea. We are not doing that step. And that really... Alright, one more time. Okay, the trans color is 173, which I think is the color green. Okay. P. Border surface. Get pixel. And I want to know about one right on the edge. So actually we go like 0, 0. Oh god, this again. GDB just pretending that it doesn't know how to do its freaking job. Alright, fine. Pixels. It's the inner surface. Okay, so we got 199. Come on. Alright. Okay, lots of mentions of 199. Which is not the transparent color. Distinctly. And then if we were to go to like all the way to the edge, which would be 170. 69. Okay, 169 is null. 67. 166. Okay, so there is... Yeah, there is data like at the very far right hand side. There we go. 166 plus whatever the pitch is, which is going to be 170. Times 2. 65. Yeah, and then we go back to this. To my eye, it looks like it should be drawing something. So the source does not have a transparent colored set. Ooh. That might be part of the problem. I mean, it's one bit per pixel, and it's definitely got transparent data in it. Like we've told it to, like maybe I missed that part when I was hacking it together. Like macwindow.cpp border surface. No, we don't ever mention any of the other code that we need to set the color key like that. It just happens. Right. Okay. Well, if we can't do it in GDB, what if we just do it in here? Yeah, because we include the transparency color here. Wait, we include color green here. But where do we actually... There, that's gonna be why. Maybe, I think. Like, do we do this? No, we don't. Split border into... Oh no, we do. We do... Clear the border surface with color green. Okay. So freeze the border surface. Creates a brand new one that is yay high and yay wide. You'll go ahead and just waste everything in there with yep, and it's just all green. And then we split the border in there. Which gives it the stupid border around the edge. That's what the 199 is. But then like the rest of the interior is Green. 66. 68. No, wait, what? Oh, maybe this screwed up. Maybe this bit screwed up, because like now... How wide was it? It was like 170, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, so 160 should be something that isn't green. Okay. Where is this getting called? Oh, it's getting called replace widget. Okay, fair enough, so. And clear green, and then we go into here. Okay, then we get to the scroll bar. There it freaking is. It's looking for scroll size. Here, we first check the scroll size, and if it's negative, then we don't draw the scroll bar. Thanks for goddamn nothing. Alright. Well, in this case, we're drawing the scroll size all the time. All the goddamn time. Where is my thing? Okay, in... So I'd have to go scroll border... 0, 1. I think that'll work. Oh wait, no, no, we don't want to do that here. We want to do that for our... Actually, no, sorry, we do. We do want to do that. And then set scroll. Oh wait, no, it would be in the border code. Yeah, this nonsense. Okay, good. Oh, good. All right. Fingers crossed we have ourselves some scroll buttons now. Okay, storing a game. Scroll buttons? Not gonna... Yeah, alright, we are gonna have to go at another breakpoint. Where was it? It was in... Draw scroll bar, fine. Okay. Uh-huh. What have we got? Oh, jeez. Alright, fine. That's... After drawing, we set the scroll size to negative to indicate no more drawing is needed. If Win95 mode is enabled, then we keep on drawing the scroll bar. Okay. Where's the bit which draws the arrows? Like, where are the freaking arrows? Okay, I guess that's the... There's like a... Oh, I see, right. There would be a... I don't get it. I don't get it. Up one. It's... Oh, okay, no, it's using a 9 patch bitmap. Okay, yeah, okay. So that explains it. Arrows are in the 9 patch. Fine. Okay. And then I guess scroll bar just like draws the rectangle. Okay, maybe I don't know what's going on. Then yeah, okay, it's drawing a 1 pixel rectangle. But in that case, why are there no buttons? Yep. Okay. 199 across the border. Then you go down one and it becomes 173, which is going to be the transparent color. Then you get to about 160, and it's white. And if you go further to the left, then it becomes transparent again. That sounds like what we want. That sounds sensible. Why is it not being... Oh. I think this, yeah, I think I might have screwed this up. Yeah, I screwed that up. Okay. I think the issue here is that we are meant to be copying from border surface to... We're meant to be copying from border surface to this, which is the widget surface, and I'm telling it to use dims left and top. We should not be doing that. We should just be sending 0 and 0. That is me copy pastoring something wrong, because now it's doing it relative to this, which would then be, I'm guessing, here or thereabouts. Sorry, no, it would be like here. Yeah, it would be printing it there in the void where there is no surface. So yeah, not great. Sev says, do border surface debug print. I would love to. Two problems though. The first one is I don't think yeah, there is no member named debug print on this. There may be one in the inner service. The second one is there's like 50 arguments that you have to type into GDB to make that work, and I don't have it in me when I could just check with getPixel, which has 2 arguments. Okay, this is the one. I think we've gone end to end. There are a few things left for it to have screwed up. Brutal. Okay. It's showing up as a Windows 95 scroll bar, but you know, I can see it. I can see it with my human eyes. I'm guessing that's because Win95... Yeah, okay, we don't need to do that. Stupid text window do it. Oh no, that does it in... Okay, it only does it if it's in Windows 95 mode. Okay, in that case, I should just not do it. It's not even the Windows 95 arrows, but I digress. Oh, and also, by the looks of it, we don't need to worry about that. Okay. Oh god, my back is killing me. Okay, I think we can actually try playing the game now after all that. Is it oh, fuck's okay. Really game. Okay, and then now this is going to the mixing table, which leave mixing table. I'm gonna re-enable these three. Let's see if it was my hubris in removing those that caused the scroll bar to no longer be rendered. Then I'll re-add the Windows 95 flag and just cry a single tear. Restore. Okay, right. What? Where did you... You're telling me that's not a valid rectangle? Because it's just a little bit backwards. Up 5? Alright. RX1, which is this number, plus width, minus the number 5. Yeah, and width is 1. So it must have been... I mean, this is drawing the primitives, so... If I were to go back and re-enable Win Border Win95 scroll bar, cursed as it is, and then I'm going to go through and remove this set scroll thing, because I don't, we don't need it. We're not rendering the bar in the middle anyway, because we don't have to, because Director doesn't do that. Will that at least show the Windows 95 buttons? And if it does, why can we not? Like, what kind of cursed enum do we need to feed into the stupid border code to make it show the Mac buttons? Yeah, alright, so it shows the scroll buttons if I turn it into, if I turn on that Windows 90, Win 95. Maybe we just try this one. My code search feature isn't really working for this, so I can't really... Oh no, there we go. We get like one... Okay, the one cross-reference it found was the piece of code I was just working on. Thank Christ. Okay, good. Everything is working. It just occurred to me that the solution to this puzzle was in a screenshot, and my computer has crashed since I took that screenshot. So we're gonna have to leave mixing table. We're gonna have to wander around the castle a bit to find the book. Oh my goodness. Hello Raiders. Welcome. We are just in the middle of kind of messing around with this long lost, well, I don't know. I'm gonna say little known FMV game for the Mac called Derat Sorcerer, and part of the reason why it's I guess part of the reason why it's not known is because it was a Mac exclusive, and the other part is that it was published by a company that normally specializes in like homeopathy CD-ROMs. So I'm guessing they didn't have the greatest reach, but someone archived it. And to kind of get you up to speed on the story, essentially, from what I can tell, like we're in like a kind of council of magic. We were locked up in the dungeon, and now we got out, and we just found that someone had gone through and straight up murdered everybody. And we're now just kind of spent a fair amount of time fixing the scroll buttons in the inventory. I say that, there we go. Now the scroll buttons in the inventory work. And with that, that was like a big issue, because as you can see, we picked up a lot of items, and we need to be able to get to these items off the bottom. But now that we've done that, we've got to find out, there was like a spell recipe somewhere in here, which I took a screenshot of last week, but you know, time has passed since then. Ryu Shinaka asks, how complicated are the animations in ScummVM, just a set of sprites? Yeah, this would be just a set of sprites that are being scaled around on the score, which is like a, you know, animation surface. But still, like, they've got like several different directions across different scenes, which is very impressive for the time, especially for like for a budget game. Like, this is incredibly high quality for a budget game. Okay. Oh, this is right. So these are the potions. I'm just going to quickly take a screenshot of these. Oh, and we should also go to... Where is it? They're at source room. There we go. Okay, so what we have here is a potion of time sight, which is a combination of all these things, which I think we have, and a potion of random teleport, which is missing one ingredient, which we don't know what it is. One second. Got my screenshot here now. Okay, let's mix all those things to make a potion of true sight, which may help us in one of the other rooms. Let's go into here. Please. The potion making room. Okay. So, we're gonna make a gumbo out of potion of Serratus? That would be an appropriate ingredient? Yes it would. It absolutely would be. Come on. Oh no, is there another... Okay, like, we're looking at the... Jailer's Key. Alright, we've run into another problem. It always seems to happen whenever I switch to full screen, we just run immediately into another problem. And yeah, this is no... Okay, so see how it says that wouldn't be an appropriate ingredient, and I click on one of these. But I mean... There's obviously a script doing some debug printing here, because if I click the first one, we get some mess. But yeah, like 2, 3, 4... So something's gone a bit pear-shaped with the method that's for selecting the text. Mouse up, the mouse down. Oh, I forgot to ask. King of Time, how was your stream? What were you up to? Alright, so we put a breakpoint now on like all the mouse handlers. I'm gonna click on the jailer's key. I'm gonna then debug flag enable lingo exec debug level 5. Just run. Oh god, that was like a ton of stuff. Oh, you were doing the cryptic crosswords. That's super cool. I am in awe of people who are able to do cryptic crosswords, even after kind of seeing what the trick is and kind of knowing that's how, you know, that's how you kind of like meant to draw the relationship between all the words, and you know, it just, I struggle with it, I really do. Even though, but yeah, like, I do want to get better at it because, I mean, in theory, in theory, I should be all, you know, I should be excited about cryptic crosswords, or excited about doing them because, I mean, they're all like I'm thinking of like the Cliff Johnson games, like they're very heavy on like the word puzzles and occasionally have a few cryptic crossword things, and I love Cliff Johnson games. They're freaking great. So I need to bend my brain into the correct shape, maybe. Great. Okay, and there's like, because there are line breaks here. Oh, here we go. So we've got the text box, which contains all of the inventory items. We are checking for... Oh, it's okay, it's checking for Irwin's Catalyst. Was Irwin's Catalyst one of the ingredients? No, it's okay, so the potion mixing method must be... Oh, it must be checking like all of the ingredients in sequence for like ones that are valid. I get you, okay, alright. Yeah, and it's doing like an item number check. God, there's like a lot of empty lines after that. Okay, then it does of. Check lab item. Where is check lab item? Okay, so it's in Crimson Tower, so we've dumped the scripts from that. Crimson Tower. Yeah, okay, so it's doing this. Set current item to line item number of field inventory list. But I'm guessing that instruction isn't working as well as it should. Why though? Okay, so it's pushing put item number, maintain item numbers, set current item. Yeah, alright, so it gets all the way down here. Then it does this of, which Oh, okay. So it's checking lab item number, but item number is not correct. That could be problematic. What is item number? Oh, right, okay, it's a local. Oh no, it would be parameter, yeah, so it would be a local. Yeah, item number is currently -1. So where is it getting -1 from? It is getting -1 from get the entity mouse. Okay, so that's where it's screwing up. So this is screwing up, which then screws up the rest of the crap. Okay. Why is mouse line screwing up? Okay. Okay. Butter knife. And then there we hit a breakpoint. And then eventually we query what mouse line it is. And looking at this, it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Line number 6. Sprite type equals text sprite. What? Okay. No. This is not correct. Channel.cpp. But yeah, essentially, like, we're fixing Macromedia Director here, which is made for like thousands of products, and because the surface area is so big and the number of undefined edge cases are so many, like, this is generally how we go about it. We just run the game until we run into something that some bit of undefined behavior that they depended on, and we fix it. But in this case, it looks like this code is wrong. It should be checking to see if it's a text cast member as well, but it is not doing that. I didn't even know that we could have sprite types. Sorry, text as a sprite type. That seems like a director 2 thing. And we're up to like director 5. Okay, we'll be in the channel code, which is here. Right. Set the sprite type to be more specific only for bitmap or text. Okay, so this should be... So we've got this set cast method here, which is bodging in the sprite type for the earlier variants. But why did this and yeah, if we look at the sprite, it's a cast member sprite. It has this cast ID, which is member 629. I think that'll be the text box. It's a shape. Why? Why is the shape? Wait, what? Get the entity mouse. Oh, what? Wait, okay, where's it getting the channel from? The channel is not correct. G lingo. Oh, maybe that could be part of like code that we changed earlier. Like earlier we had to make the mouse arrows work, we had to invent the concept of a hole, because as we found in the original, you can have like, here's the background which prints that. Here's the inside of the text box which prints that. Here's the sprite immediately behind the text box which prints that. And if you click on the buttons, that counts as a hole, just straight through the middle. So we had to... Previously, we just had the concept of does collide and doesn't collide, then we had to add the concept of a hole. And now, maybe it is that... I mean, we're clicking on the text, so it wouldn't even be in the hole. But some other collision is happening when it should not be happening. Where is it? It's cast member. Oh, it's in here. Okay. And then 810. All right, and it will be getting the channel from. How will it be getting the channel? Oh, I see. Right. Okay. Right. So it does get sprite ID from where the mouse is, and then I guess it gets grabbed by something. But yeah, just a cavalcade of edge cases. Let me just kinda get enough of. So I'll just draw this for a second. And then I click on Jailer's key again. Okay, so yeah, right. So the mouse, so the despite the fact that I mean, wait, did I click on the right spot? Like it. Okay, continue. Get rid of this. Okay, I'm clicking on silver platter, which is inside the box. And then we go fin. Oh, it could be because of the debug terminal. Anyway, but you can see that like that's where the mouse pointer is. The mouse pointer is definitely there on the text. And then we look at sprite. Yeah, okay, no. Now it's member 186, which is the correct one. Okay. Yeah, it was because I was opening up the debug terminal, which was allowing me to move the mouse, which then meant that the mouse ended up in the wrong spot, which then meant the event was bad. Oh, Gregor Smith said, did you do anything new when reinventing the concept of a hole, or have you kept it traditional? It's an abstract hole, if that makes sense. Like, it's just kind of the notion of, you know, a common type is like a boolean, which is true or false. We had to add a new type, which is basically either no, yes, or hole. And the main difference is that, like, we go through and check to see if, like, the mouse is hovering over something. But if we ever encounter a hole, then that basically tells the routine, stop checking for, like, things further down. Just go straight to the end. So it's like a way of escaping out of a depth-first search. But alright, that explains what I was doing wrong there. which would then... Okay, hang on. So clicking on the jailer's key, and then we look at, I just want to see what the mouse line that we get back is. X, Y. Okay, and then we return line 3, which is correct. Okay, so now that, at least the line index is working now. Now there's some other part of the script which takes that index which is busted. Okay, so re-enable, enable this. And now we're gonna go pick butter knife, which is number 6. We're gonna keep the mouse exactly where it is. We're gonna type fin, which will take it to the end of that piece of code. And now we should be able to... Actually, in fact, I'm just gonna reset the window. Yep, and it returns line 6. Which is correct. Then what happens? Okay, then it calls check lab item, number 6. Okay, and the important thing is, like, it takes the inventory list here, it asks for item number 6, which is going to be the butter knife. I think the butter knife? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, butter knife. And then when it does this of command, we get not. Okay, so the of command is busted. Because it should be, yeah, we should be able to split it up and get the butter knife. So we'll continue. Butter knife. Fin. C of. Okay. Oh crap, if I screwed it up already. No, I moved the mouse. God damn it. Alright. Fine. Continue. Okay, butter knife. Fin. Keep the mouse exactly where it is. Because if I move the mouse off the word butter knife at any point, then the script will stop working. Okay, that time... Right, okay, good. That is working. And then I'll go to get mouse line, which should return the number 6. And then we're going to read chunk ref, which will actually get the... Yeah. Then it tries to load line 6. Okay, and right. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Because you can see here that the... what's it called? So this is the string that represents the inventory. And it is split with line feeds. Which is normal for Unix. Unix, normally you have text files split up with line feeds. In Windows, it's line feed followed by carriage return. In Mac, it's just carriage return. And in Macromedia Director, it does things the Mac way, so it is expecting there to be just a carriage return between these words. Which then makes sense. So like this whole thing here about like evaluating what's in there, it's not correct. Like somewhere along the line we are accidentally turning these into line feeds. And I hope it's not in the save game. Yeah, it should be in the save game, but okay, that's... And yeah, like the issue there is that because we're looking for like carriage return, which is /r instead of /n, if you ask for line 6, it's not going to find one. It's just going to say, this is one long continuous line. What is wrong with you? And therefore, we can't ever pick something. So, alright. Where was it getting this from? It was getting this from here. Okay, it's getting it from C field. Okay, close that. Oh crap, I screwed it up already. Okay. Continue. Okay. Don't move the mouse. Okay. Okay, so that's referring to... cast? Yeah, fine, okay. Okay, so the C fields, and then... where does that get transformed into? Oh, it's probably because it just uses toString. Like that could probably be it. Oh, okay. Like yeah, maybe it's just casting it to... well, we can find out easily. So that's all legit. Then we go to C of, which contains... this is a string. And it's already been transformed. What the hell? God, alright, 1947. I mean, sure. Sure, it does this. That creates a field ref, but then now we're down here. And it's a string. How did it become a string? Oh, ref eval. Oh, oh no. Okay, that's probably bad. So it's C field that's screwing up. Okay, one last time. So kill that. Click the butter knife. Hit C without moving the mouse. Go to C field. So D.U.S is actually D type. Okay, it's a field ref. Then we get to D.Eval, which I'm not crazy about. Is ref. Okay, then it does var fetch. Okay, then it does eval chunk ref var. Okay. Okay. And then we go into get text. You're right, okay. So something's already cooked it. Something has already cooked it. F text. That's like the formatted one. R text? Is that the other one? Oh, okay. There was like a... Set text font, set text size, set text style. What's like setting the... And the set fields. Oh crap. Okay. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is it. Okay. Okay. Leave the mixing table. Go to the mixing table. There we go. Okay, so this is the point at which it copies the inventory data to the other... Actually, no. That's where it just sets the field. Maybe we have to leave the mixing table and load a game. Like, save game button works, but the load game doesn't seem to work. Oh, there we go. Really? Really, that's not gonna do it? How about just set raw text? Oh, here we go. Okay. Now we go back to here. Okay. Yep, robes. Cloak. Jailer's key. Silver platter. Okay. And then we go to the mixing table. And pick the dark green potion. Okay, now it has carriage returns, which is what it should, which is what it should be. Okay. And if I pick the potion of Serratus, that wouldn't be an appropriate ingredient. Why wouldn't it be an appropriate ingredient? It's you couldn't get more appropriate if you tried. It changed. It freaking changed. Huh. Okay, at least we know where it's happening now. Yeah, it's got to be one of these calls. So, restart. I was kind of hoping we'd play the game tonight, but it's taken a little longer than usual to get over this hump. Restore the game. Okay, that's gonna set the raw text. Oh, it's an easy, okay. Go to the mixing table. Just the words empty flask. And then I pick able root. Okay, that's all looking good. Okay, our text is a string. Okay, anything happens to this guy, anything at all, you tell me. Okay, apparently that's too much text. Okay, potion of... Okay, so that first one worked. And then I'm gonna add some saffron. Must happen when I pick an ingredient that's not a valid ingredient. Okay, I'm gonna throw the jealous key in there. Okay, and then... Okay, that sets that with all the character returns. Then we're back. Does the same thing. That wouldn't be an appropriate ingredient. Then we do bowl. Oh wait, maybe because we've already got a potion in play, then it's fine. Start over. Put a key in there. Text. Okay, that wouldn't be appropriate. How about the goblet? Text. How about if I do this, text. It's working now. It's working now. Why is it being bad before? How about B mouse up? And then I do silver platter and then I move the mouse away. I don't know. I got nothing. Let's just mix this potion, shall we? That took far too long. Okay, so we need a potion of Serratus. Oh, Del 1. It's doing it now. It's doing it now. Sweet mother of God. Okay. Right, and if I were to put in this and then pick like saffron, it's freaking changed. It's freaking changed it, is what it has. Or P text or R text. So I think what we will have to do is we'll have to go be sneaky. So del 2, del 3. Set raw text if text c stir 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, leave the mixing table. Go back to the mixing table. Ginseng. Okay, no, it's cursed. It must have cursed the main inventory because it has brought it back here. Leave the mixing table. Okay. So now I can pick Ginseng, Crimson Key, Jailer's Key, leave mixing table. I'm just going to do whatever it takes to get back to the cooked state. Robes, butter knife. B, mouse up. Oh, it just happened and I skipped through it because I'm an idiot. Okay. I gotta learn to be more patient. Yeah, I'm running out of steam. I think I'm running out of steam now. That's the problem. Okay. Gonna load the game. Gonna load the save game. Okay. Butter knife. Okay. So that's good. Ginseng. Jailer's key. Leave the mixing table. Go back to the mixing table. No, figured out that ginseng was there. Can't believe I had it, and then I just instinctively switched the terminal and like told it to continue on. Leave mixing table. There we go, okay. That caused it to screw up. Because it's doing, okay, so it's doing var assign. And I'm guessing that the, okay, so the text that it must have got going into that must be bad. Because yeah, rtext. Rtext is empty. And is being replaced with this nonsense. So 71. V4 assigned 22. Right, so the var, I guess, is up 3. So the var ID is inventory list. The okay, then we got var, which is find var v4. Which is a field ref. Then we've got ref, which is read chunk ref. down 1, D1, which is field ref, and then D2, which is the content. Where did it get D2? D2 came off a stack. Yeah, alright. 71. Okay, put empty space into line item number of field inventory list. Okay, I guess that's like how... That's how it, yeah, that's how it deals with not adding multiple copies of the same thing to the potion, I suppose. Zero push, zero push, zero push, zero push, zero push. What's going on? Okay. We got the variable. We got this chunk ref. And that's gonna be D1. And then D2 is whatever was Is this it? Is this where it screwed up? We've got this value as string here. And I guess if we then look at the method for as string, because I'm pretty sure it's a field ref. No, it's not. It would be a chunk ref, maybe? This right. Oh, okay. No, that, that's print only, though. Like this, I'd understand. but okay, because this seems bad. So yeah, okay, if we go up 1 to Varasign, up another to, oh no, because like it's already happened. It's already happened if we've gotten up to there. Santha says, some director games have some weird behavior in the interface. Does ScummVM allow us to mod games? Adding some cheap game helpers could be a nice thing later on. Yes, is the answer to that. Like, I can quickly show you an example. Lingo patcher.cpp. So, Cosmology of Kyoto, aka Roger Ebert's, the only computer game that Roger Ebert ever liked, has like a text entry system. So if you talk with characters, like characters will ask you things, and they will respond back. You know, they generally have like 3 states: yes, no, or 4 states. They have yes, they have no, they have one that offended because you've called them an idiot, or they don't know what you're saying. However, the rest of the game is like has a really good translation, but the scripts that we used for this part of the game, I think, were just placeholder text, because they have the original code was expecting you to type in very exact misspellings and punctuation. Like you had to like finish, like a lot of the time you had to finish with a full stop. You had to like type in misspellings like I fell it when you were trying to explain that you could see a ghost behind someone, stuff like that. So I went ahead and modded the text entry system so that you can just type in yes or no for the yes or no options. And then the game will tell you in the debug console what the original choices were, because I think that they're interesting to look at. But like, yeah, here's an example of just modding a game to be fairer. And yeah, like here's the the full state, which is if you say fool, simpleton, stupid person, kill, shut up, or get out of my hair, then that counts as like a secret third state, which apparently contributes to some score counter or other in the game. Like, I think that maybe when you die, that affects like the amount of karma points or whatever it is that you have. Yeah. Anyway, I really just wanted like this to sort itself out, but we're so freaking close. We're so close. I just need my brain to work a little bit better. Or more specifically, I should have turned... If I hadn't turned that off, then we would have been able to see exactly what went wrong. Okay, leave mixing table. Load game. I think I got an idea though, so if we... Okay, but now I've picked one ingredient, so removed it from the list, allegedly. And I move the mouse out of here. And then I leave the mixing table. Just gonna keep adding saffron. Oh, also debug level 5. I just realized it doesn't. Start over. There we go. Okay, maybe it's in start. Oh no, it's one of these. Okay, come on, get back over there. We're not done. We're not done yet. Saffron, moving the mouse away. Okay. How about... Interesting. Okay, when I scrolled, that was what it was. My got a memory like a sieve. Okay. Yeah, p-value u dot s Okay, so the value is already cooked there. That's at line 1726. And where did the value come from? Oh no, okay, we've got the var and then we've got the value. Okay, and then we have res. So res is already cooked. One 768. All right. P-value u.s. Okay, so it's not... Okay, this is where the trail goes cold. It's here, then... 1768. So we end up here with res containing a bunch of nonsense. Oh, okay. var ucref start. Oh, is it source? Because source didn't change. No, source is cooked already. Okay. um. Oh my god, it's gotta be in here. Chunk ref. So it evaluates the chunk ref here. And then we and then for a field ref, which is what this is, it does member get text. Okay, so by the time that we're here, it's already been cooked. So so yeah, it's p text. P text is being overwritten by something. Oh, is it, if it's gonna be this? Because I changed the widget, which then means that it would be fetching from the widget, which then means it would be going, oh, okay. Okay, let's check it to see if it's that, and then where the because yeah, that would happen like every time you change like the font or backfetch it from that. Yeah. Okay, but I think we know the trick now. So it'll be change this and then click it, which would then cause text. You gotta be shitting me. Well, sorry to leave it on an unsatisfying note, but my brain is officially shut down for the night. God, that's frustrating. Yeah. Typically, this is like generally the point where I just need to walk away from it a bit, and then I'll come back to my senses and figure out what it is. But we're gonna leave it there, I think, for the night. Thank you very much for hanging around. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed Barminski consumer product and what little extra we saw of Durat Source Serum. I'm so hopeful that this is the last speed bump and that we'll be able to play the game after this. And my voice is dying, so who is online? Who is on twitch.tv? Okay, oh, okay. Jogresk is playing Gods, the Bitmap Brothers game, which is freaking impossible. So give him your support. Okay. And yeah, I'll probably be streaming again next week on Monday, doing more adventure game dev stuff. But yeah, until then, have a wonderful rest of your week, and I'll see you next time. Later.